All right, good morning, everybody, and welcome to those in the room and online to the Metro Inner Development Assessment Panel meeting this morning. I declare the meeting open at 9:30 a.m. exactly. I acknowledge we're hosting this meeting on the traditional land of the Whadjuk people of the Noongar. We acknowledge the Aboriginal people as the traditional custodians of Western Australia, pay respect to elders past and present, and the ongoing connection between people, land, waters and community. This meeting will be run in accordance with the DAP Standing Orders 2024 under the DAP Regulations 2011. The meeting is being recorded and live streamed on the DAP website in accordance with Clause 42A of the DAP Regulations. Panel members may refer to technical devices throughout the meeting to assist them in considering the information before them. I'd like to introduce the members that will be present with us today. My name is Dale Page, I'm presiding member today. To my left in the room with me, I have Karen Hyde, who is deputy presiding member. I have Tony Arias, our specialist member, and then also with us in the room, I have Councillor Phil Marks from the City of Belmont, and online we have Mayor Robert Rossi from the City of Belmont. We also have Councillor Glenn Cridlin joining us this morning for the South Perth items. He's our local government DAP member for South Perth. Item 2, apologies. We have apologies this morning from Councillor Bronwyn Wall, local government DAP member, City of South Perth. Item 3, members on a leave of absence, there are nil. And item 4, noting of minutes. All minutes of previous meetings are available on the DAP website, as will the minutes of this meeting be when they are complete. Moving then on to part B of the agenda that deals with the City of Belmont item. Item 1, declaration of due consideration. Panel members need to have considered all the documentation contained within part B of the agenda and the part B related information, noting that an R13 direction response for further information was published on the 12th of March 2025. Could I please confirm by a show of hands that members have considered all information? Thank you. Item 2, disclosures of interest. No disclosures have been received to this point. Do any members wish to make any declarations of interest in relation to this item? Councillor Marks.
I did make a disclosure, Madam Chair. However, I will, and I have it here on the form, which was sent in 3 days ago, which they don't appear to have passed to you.
That's all good. You can read it out for us, Councillor Marks. Thank you.
I'll read it out, and it's a impartiality disclosure. And the disclosure is that I've lived in the residential and stable area for 15 years prior to 2007. I was responsible for the changes to the stable laws in 2003 regarding walk-in and walk-out type stable with a sand floor. I was responsible for law 4.197. 10 horses or more, there shall be a sand yard provided for every 10 horses. Owning and transportation most of my life. So I have got an impartial interest in a particular position.
Thank you, Councillor Marks. Given the nature of the interest you've declared doesn't relate directly to this development application, I am happy that there would be no interest that would prevent you from participating or voting if you're comfortable to do so.
Yes. It's been a while. My actual post-participation would be now 15 years ago. So.
Yes, I think that's all right in this circumstance. Thank you very much for the declaration. Can I just check with the local government members, has this been before you at the council briefing or meeting yet?
Council, no. Okay. Not full council.
We did have the Perth Racing, acting WA Turf Club, come to a meeting with us and put the whole proposal across. When asked questions, they didn't seem to have. The question I asked them was, could they explain to me what the stables were? The answer received was, don't knowing about them.
All right, so there's been no decision that's been made by council on this, anyway, given that briefing was in your role as an elected member and the whole council was invited to that, it doesn't preclude you from participating in this meeting today because you acknowledge that your role as a DAP member is different to that of a councillor. Thank you for those declarations. Do any other members have any declarations they wish to raise in relation to this item? No? Okay, let's move then on to the Form 1 DAP applications on the agenda today. We have two of them because this is a dual approval. We have one relating to the local government side of the picture and we have one relating to the WAPC approval. The first item, 3.1A, is the local government responsible authority report. And we have 4 presenters on this item today. We have Bruce Hunt, a local resident, speaking against the recommendation in the Responsible Authority report. We have Lisa Holland, from the Belmont Resident and Ratepayer Action Group, speaking against the recommendation in the report. We have Danielle Davison from Davison Advisory Group, speaking in favour of the recommendation in the report, and Ashley Maple from Row Group, speaking in favour of the recommendation in the report. All presenters, I remind you, in accordance with clause 482 of our standing orders, we've limited your presentations to 3 minutes today. We've got quite a bit to get through. We've read all the written documentation you've provided, both in your original submissions and the supplementary submissions you made in your request to participate in this meeting. So given you only have 3 minutes, I encourage you to focus on the key points you'd like to get across within that time frame. When you get close to your 3 minutes, I will let you know that you are nearing the end of time and I'll ask you to wrap up. We will also allow the panel members to ask you questions and that will allow us to flesh out any issues we're not certain about. So I will ask, first of all, Bruce Hunt to come forward and take a seat. Mr. Hunt.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity. Glasses, hang on. Okay. We totally oppose the development of a stables complex adjacent to our home, notwithstanding that the overbearing impact of the buildings to all local residents will be immeasurable and considerably devalue our property and everyone else on our road. We have lived in this place, a quiet cul-de-sac, for 25 years. The proposal for our road to be a main access route to the new stables, we will have stable hands, riders, strappers and others arriving their cars and trucks from 3:30 a.m. till about 10. And numerous trucks and horse floats on race days when racing is at Belmont and country tracks. Because the complex will be close to ordinary residential homes, there will be the further problem from smells, flies, and building this stables. No farmer will build a cow shed, shearing shed, or indeed his pigsty next to his house. Why are we expected to live cheek by jowl with 400 or more horses? The bulldozing of 70 or so mature trees to accommodate the said complex would amount to corporate vandalism. It is the habitat of critically endangered Carnaby red-tailed cockatoos, which according to research, only about 15,000 still exist. Further to this is the impact of the environment. I draw your attention to the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999. Critically endangered species, the red-tailed black cockatoo. A person must not take action that has or will have a significant impact on a listed threatened species, including the critically endangered category of red-tailed carnivores.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. I'm now going to ask, and Mr. Hunt, you might want to stay there just for a minute. Councillor, Mayor Rossi, do you have any questions of Mr. Hunt? None from you? Councillor Marks?
The only thing I see where Mr. Hunt's coming from, he has a house close to what's now known as the small track, the side track. There are people coming and going, but not of huge amounts. However, Mr. Hunt, do you have stables in your backyard?
We do.
That's the point that I'd like to make.
Okay. Any other questions of Mr. Hunt? Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Hunt, I have a question. In your submission that you gave to us, you referenced 3-storey stables.
Sorry.
You referenced 3-story stables in the
Yes.
submission you made. Can I just check what impact do you think do you have a concern about the height? Is it the height of those stables?
Not only the height, but the fact that it's going to be an eyesore right in front of us, only 10 metres from where we live. And our house, our veranda and our living room look out straight onto it.
So it's the bulk of the building that you're concerned about.
Yeah.
Thank you. Next presenter that we have today is Lisa Hollins from the Belmont Resident and Ratepayer Action Group.
Thank you for letting me speak here today. Firstly, we'd like it known that we're not actually opposed to stables being built at our stock. We're opposed to this design. Under the Consolidated Local Law 2020, stable premises means a building for the keeping and caring and feeding of one or more horses. The city's not been able to provide any documentation to suggest the development application is exempt from the local laws. And in fact, the city seem that they may well agree that the consolidated laws actually do apply. On page 8, condition advice note, point XB1 details, registration requirements, goes on to provide a link to the city website where it states that all stables must comply with both the Local Planning Scheme 15 and the Consolidated Local Laws 2020. 4.19 of the Consolidated Local Law 7 reads, when an application proposes a stable premises with 10 or more stalls, at least 1 yard that complies with the requirements of clause 420 must be provided for every 10 stalls. On this basis, to comply with the Consolidated Local Laws, there's a requirement of 44 yards, not the 13 in the application. Therefore, we submit that this application does not comply with both the LPS 15 and the Consolidated Local Laws, which were last amended in November 22 without change to either the definition of stables or the requirements of the yards. Clause 4.5b of the LPS refers to adverse conditions for occupiers of the locality and future developments of the locality. Future development in the locality now includes adjacent Golden Gateway with a structure plan allowing 15-storey and approximately 3,500 more residents. Noise, traffic, tree removal and bird loss has already been identified in the current submissions. On the basis of 11 objections, the DA is not supported by the community. Community is listed as design principle. A social media post on our page a couple of days ago brought widespread criticism of Perth racing, and people were not happy. Only one person supported this application, and I'd like to know where's the support from the racing industry. Section 67R of the regulations refers to safety, which is also a design principle. With over 400 horses being stabled in one area, with the requirement for safety, an evacuation plan should have been included to assess whether the design allows for safe excavation of horses, staff and to the public, given the location and the numbers of people within the area now and in the future. Section 67Q, which was omitted, refers to some of the possible risks such as bushfire and flooding and includes the words or any other risk. We submit that any other risk should be interpreted to mean any risk posed requiring evacuation of horses. A panicked horse is a serious risk to the horse handler and anyone in its path. The stables may well be an additional permissible use under Schedule 2 of the LPS 15. However, the design of the application does not meet the requirements of the Consolidated Local Law nor the design principle. And it has to use the word of the DR3 Part 1. It may well be sold to the decision makers, but it's not been sold to the community.
Thank you, Liz. Mayor Rossi, do you have any questions of this presenter?
No.
Councillor Marks, do any other members have questions of this presenter?
I just wondered, the report references the draft structure plan for the racecourse and the
The racecourse one hasn't been approved. It's the.
I understand that. I was just going to ask, were you aware of that draft structure plan and the process that it's been going through?
The Golden Gateway one?
No, for the Ascot raceway.
Well, we haven't seen that one yet. They tried to get it done. They want it separated from the Golden Gateway structure plan. Whether this was part of the reason, I don't know.
All right, thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
I have just a quick, and I just wanted to clarify in your submission that you made to us, you focused quite strongly on the design reference panel, the fact that it wasn't representative of the community and so on. I just wanted to check with you whether you understood the purpose of that panel, the role and the function as a design advisory group rather than a decision-making.
I realise they're not a decision-making, that's the panel. But the thing is, they've made assumptions about the community. And I also note that there was no community representation in that design panel. And I don't know if anybody on that panel actually understands thoroughbreds and some of the requirements for thoroughbreds as well.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, our next presenter is Danielle Davison from Davison Advisory Group.
Morning, presiding member and fellow panel members. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. As already identified, my name is Danielle Davison and I'm responsible for looking after all the land matters for both Belmont and Ascot on behalf of Perth Racing. I've been with them now for 4 years, a little over 4 years. I'm also from a horsing background. And recently, as you mentioned, we submitted a structure plan for the whole of the Ascot land holding by Perth Racing. A community consultation was held voluntarily, not a requirement, a town hall-like presentation, and that covered both the DA and the proposed structure plan. And there was a significant amount of attendance and questions, understandably, at that, and we sought to convey as much information as we could. And there was a lot of follow-up as well after that. What I would like to do today is just give some context to this facility before I introduce Ashley from Row Group, because this is a one-of-a-kind development. I doubt you will ever see another one before you, and I doubt there'll probably be another one in WA. There are not many of them globally even. But in order to consider this, I think it's critical for you to understand the drivers behind a development like this, because it is essential to the understanding of the design. So this facility will be West Australia's first ever on-course stabling. The facility will run at a break even, possibly even at a subsidised loss by the government. Currently, young and some old trainers will truck in, often train multiple horses, and they'll truck them in from far away each day to train them on site. This adds significant travel time, cost, and potential stress to the horses. Those that can afford it do use stalls around the local Ascot area currently. As residential land values are going up, those homes are being sold for residential uses, and less barns means more and more cost of those barns. So the financial sustainability of the racing and ability for young trainers to, I guess, afford to be a trainer is at risk, and hence this sort of development has been a real sort of flagship for the club to bank, I guess, sustainability. The architect's brief, so the project was designed by the Queensland architects that did the Eagle Farm development. Their brief, I can confirm, was to actually comply with both the local planning, which isn't very prescriptive, obviously it is for apartments and whatnot, but for no one's got a specific code that addresses the design for 400 stables. But their brief did include that they must comply with the local stable law. So if it doesn't, that's news to me, but that was definitely a part of the architect's brief. So we specifically chose those architects because Eagle Farm is a very similar facility, very similar scale, 400 plus stables. And it's important to appreciate that these stables are a holding and training facility. I've been chastised by my client, Perth Racing, before for referencing the similarities between this development and a prison, because security is essential to the horses and to the people. Interference, doping, gambling, when you've got all these factors at play, we needed a highly secure facility. I want to quickly jump to a couple of the items that have come up with regards to the trees.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up. We might capture that in questions.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure you will. All right, I will. I'll leave that, and Ashley's going to cover off a few of the other things. Really, all I wanted to close out with was this is a single story with gables. It's over 6 metres in height, and we believe that this is a use that is the most appropriate for this site.
All right, stay
Oh, sorry.
in your seat just for a minute, if you don't mind. Mayor Rossi, do you have any questions of Ms Davison?
Yes, just out of interest, this development appears to have been a last-minute development. You came to us before Christmas, and I asked you a question: how were the stables going to be made? What sort of stables were they? And you couldn't answer that question. You said you didn't know. I never got anything really until a week or so ago, and even then I had to wait. So why has there been such a hold up of actually telling people? I'm not just you, but I did ask the CEO and I asked his deputy, what were these stables? How were they going to be made? Where were they going to be exactly? And the answer was, we don't know. We've just given you an odd plan. Why was there such a hold up to tell people what was going on?
I have to say
Can I just, if I may, this is a meeting. We don't need applauding and we don't need to jump in when others are speaking, if you don't mind. Thank you. Over to you, Dan.
Yeah, I'm very confused by that statement, because we actually were in front of the design review panel in December. So in fact, designs were not only highly progressed, they were submitted. We had our town hall, I think it was in October. So the information was there, and council was invited to attend the town hall even. We were told that council couldn't because obviously we had submitted and that would be inappropriate. But I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying I don't know why you weren't given the information, and I don't know why you would have been told it wasn't available. In fact, any of the council staff would have been able to provide you with any of the information that you were seeking.
Can I just ask a follow-up question about the information? So you talked about a town hall session that you ran in October. How did you advertise that session?
A letter drop was done it was significant. I mean, we can even provide evidence because we were very careful of making sure that we through Australia Post, a letterbox drop. I mean, and you could speak, it also went out to our database, the membership. So not all the members live in Ascot though, so a letterbox drop was also done. So.
And did that town hall session deal, you said, both with the structure plan issues and the development application?
2 separate presentations, I did both. Yeah.
All right.
Just
any other questions?
Point something out here.
Is there a question?
Being given an idea of what the plan is, and actually putting some engineering statistics to it, so you know what's going on, are two different things. I'm not talking about not knowing. I'm talking about the detail of what was going on, and the same as what people living close to it probably wanted to see. Now, I had from the officers had a report, but to actually be able to get down to it, it took me ages to work out what was what, and not until the very end could we get it. And when I asked you the question in our forum quite openly, you obviously didn't know what the details were or weren't prepared to tell us. I can't understand what it was. That's what I'm getting to. It wasn't until right on. Now you had a public forum of which I wasn't invited.
Councillor Marks, is there a question? Do you have a further question for Ms. Davis?
Yes, the question was still the same, is that it appeared to me that you didn't seem to be able to tell us when I talk to the Perth Racing and they say, we don't know what sort of stables they are. Okay, I know where they're going, I know this, I know that, but without really providing the detail. That was very upsetting and didn't give anyone a real chance to do things.
So are you able to answer the question? I guess just before you do that, the appropriate timing to get all the detailed information is through this process.
Exactly, yes.
And so that's appropriate.
Yes.
So do you wish to answer anything further before we move on to the next?
I guess I can only reiterate. I mean, I don't know why, if you say I said it, I don't recall any meeting in December, but I trust your judgment or your recollection. But obviously the detail had been fully submitted, traffic, planning, all the design. And in fact, we've done a lot more to your point on engineering. I'm a civil engineer myself. We've done much more than what you would normally do design at a DA stage. We've done full stormwater designs. We've done lighting. We've done pavement, because because of the government investment in this already to date, we needed to make sure we were getting an approval for something we could physically build. So I don't have an answer as to why you weren't given it. The information had been submitted at the time that you're alleging, so the information was there. I can't imagine what I would have had to gain from hiding it from you because we'd submitted it publicly. But maybe I misunderstood the question. I don't know why I wouldn't have been able to give you that information. Not all of the staff at Perth Racing are across the detail because their job is to run races, not to oversee design. That's why they hire me. Perhaps someone that wasn't across the detail wasn't able to answer that question, but I don't know why I would have said that. I can't imagine a scenario where I would have felt the need to hide what is now publicly information.
Thank you for that. Do you have a?
No, I've
Thank you.
can ask Councillor Rossi, he was there.
That's okay. No, we'll move on. Any other panel members have a
Just to
question?
follow up, thank you, Ms Davison. Just in terms of orderly and proper planning, and then you might want to defer to Ashley, that's fine. But in terms of the structure plan, which sets the context and integration with surrounding neighbourhood, and this development application, which goes down to the detailed, what stage is the structure plan at in terms of that broader context, and are you sure that there is alignment between the development application and the structure plan, given that they're running together, or are there specific technical issues where there's a difference? The structure plan is obviously a due regard and a broader thing, but are there particular issues that you see in the detail that have differed from the structure?
Yeah, it's a good question. If I'd not run out of time, I would have got to that. The structure plan is actually changing the uses for much of the land. So Perth Racing actually owns a significant amount of land outside of the racecourse surrounding the perimeter. Most people don't realise that, and a lot of it's just vacant, gets used for overflow parking. Those are actually the parcels that we're seeking changes to the planning uses. This particular piece would go ahead or could go ahead with, subject to approval, irrespective of any structure plan. It is the currently approved use for the land. So it sits in it because it's part of one of the many land holdings, but it's not impacted by the structure plan. That said, when we undertook the structure plan, we made sure that when we've done our traffic modelling and all those other things, that we're factoring in both the existing use if this didn't go ahead, but what would the future use be? And it does significantly change. Right now, I don't know if you've ever been to Perth Cup, but it's an absolute nightmare down there because once a year, the whole of Perth descends on the one place. The entire entrance would be getting changed and moved around. So we've had to look at, well, what does that do to traffic? What does that do to the area and the amenity? The actual land surrounding over the road from this development is all intended, and it's been rezoned from what the city wanted to be high-rise apartments, which would have actually probably had a higher traffic impact, to commercial large format retail. So as far as impact on the surrounds, it would be, I guess, a much lower sort of intensity use that's proposed by the club in the future if the structure plan's approved.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you. Any other questions of Ms Davison?
Question relates to the management of the stables, and I use the word stable broadly. You've heard from residents where there is a concern about amenity impacts. In reviewing the conditions, there's conditions that will manage the construction element potentially and minimise nuisance. But assuming this is approved, who's going to actually manage the complex? Can you sort of expand on that?
Definitely. There's been a huge piece of work done on that because as far as putting in the waste reports and things, so because these facilities, I think it was either 7 tonne a day or 7 tonne a week of horse manure. So we had to have an answer for how does that get removed? So the answer shortly is Perth Racing will be essentially the facilities manager, the property manager, if you want to think of it as far as apartments. So they will deliver the feed, they will provide the pickups and the drop-offs of the bins and the removal of the bins. So even the feed, we don't want individual barns bringing in their own feed trucks each day. We don't want, so there's storage for the feed can be on site, bearing in mind certain races will feed their horses specific diets, but bedding, feed and manure will all be managed through Perth Racing. And effectively, you lease a barn, you don't own a barn, you lease a barn and you pay a ongoing management charge, and that provides that service, the rubbish pickup, the waste removal. There's commingling bins because you need medical bins, you need food bins, you need waste manure bins. So significant amount of work's been done in that, even considering tractor access, forklift access, getting the horses in and out when you've got a float versus individuals. So all of that management has had to be considered, because again, you can't afford to get this approved and it not work because we haven't considered the operational requirements. Hence, I've been to Eagle Farm, the guys have all been to Eagle Farm, the designers were from Eagle Farm because of the scale, they were actually so similar that actually we're largely mirroring how they operate with their learnings, which is actually fantastic, because they've said, here's what we do differently. And we've been able to factor all of that in, because once they're operating, they're able to say, this doesn't work. We thought it would, but it doesn't. So look.
Sorry, if I could, I foreshadow a similar question to the city's officers. Would you be opposed to more formalised structure in the way of a condition when the panel has determined uses that potentially create nuisance and require management? There's an operation management plan so that it's coordinated, responsibility is clear, and it's not really left to a third party to manage it as they think is best practice, rather than drawing in the local government. Would you have an issue with something like that?
I would, because I think we've got a waste management plan that's seeking approval as part of this, and we've got an acoustic plan as part of this, and we've got a traffic plan as part of this. And operationally, I think that should be far enough. It would be, pardon the example, but it would be like a JDAP trying to put conditions on Knight Frank that might property manage this building and say, this is how you're going to manage your tenants. Perth Racing are the operational experts here, and they should really be allowed to run their facility as they see fit within the bounds of the approval that they receive. So I would be concerned about trying to restrict their management, because they need the flexibility as time passes to be able to make changes and run it as best. And there will be people that will want to run things their own way individually, as far as what feed they bring in, bits and bobs, and we'll be managing that day to day. An overarching management plan, essentially approved by people that aren't the experts, would somewhat be a little bit, I think, unnecessarily overreaching.
Can I just follow up on that and flesh that out a little bit? Often operational management plans are not prescriptive, and they contain a level of detail that does allow that flexibility, but they do capture with some certainty for the community what the community can expect, and it might also include stuff like contact details if there's an issue after hours and so on. And the fact that the panel would be asking for that, and that would be approved by the city, we don't have to be the experts in that to approve it, because Perth Racing would be the experts and they'd prepare it in consultation with the city. So can you just, given that we wouldn't be asking for specifics, and an operational management plan is not something that you'd need reapproval all the time. It could be flexible enough that it just creates some comfort. Would that still be an issue for you?
It's hard to give a blanket no. I just rather than I just answer that, I'll dodge around it by saying I don't see what more we would need to put in that's not already covered by all the other management plans, including through the DRP, which we were thinking of arguing because it's not a requirement, but we even submitted a sustainability management plan, which was not a requirement, but we had one done and we submitted that. So I feel like there's already enough collars and cuffs in place to keep us on the hook responsibly and how we operate. That I'm not sure that another document, and it just becomes a management job in itself to manage the compliance with all of these documents, whereas I feel we will ensure that we comply with what's required under this approval. Adding another layer just seems unnecessary.
And Marius, anything else from you? No, nothing further from me. Thank you, Ms. Davison. Next presenter is Ashley Maple from the Row Group, speaking in favour of the recommendation in the RA.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the Ascot Racecourse Stadium project. I'm here with Danielle, and we're available to answer any questions. Both the City of Belmont and the Department of Planning recommend approval for the DA. We're supportive of the recommendation for both items. However, we're seeking to have some conditions contained within item 3.1A amended or removed. Specifically, condition 8, it requires the lodgement of a request to modify the management order over the reserve that abuts the subject site. This condition is open-ended and it's covered by other legislation and shouldn't be imposed as a condition on this approval, but should form an advice note only. Conditions 9 and 19 both relate to the need to upgrade Ennis Place, requiring an engineered certified design to provide a cul-de-sac head and a crossover. These works are required to be completed at a cost to Perth Racing. Ennis Place is a public road that ends without any turnaround facility. The proposal accommodates all vehicle manoeuvring on site with vehicles entering and exiting in forward gear. So the need for a cul-de-sac head isn't generated by this development, but it's needed now. There's no nexus between the proposed development and the need for a cul-de-sac head, so we request this condition be removed. Condition 12 requires evidence that further permits have been received. It's not appropriate to include a condition advising of the need to obtain approvals under separate legislation. So we're requesting that not be imposed as a condition, but again, should only form an advice note. Condition 21 relates to the need to update the waste management plan to restrict timing of waste collection. While we agree with the intent, we'd request that this condition be amended to state that waste collection occurs only between 7 AM and 8 PM. Condition 31 relates to the stormwater management proposed as part of the development. This proposal seeks to treat and store all stormwater on site through the existing lake system that sits central to the racetrack. Considerable work by both civil engineers and environmental consultants has gone into the stormwater management strategy proposed, with no objections being received by either the city or the DBCA during the assessment process. Retaining stormwater as suggested by this condition will require the use of soak wells, making the project unfeasible and counterintuitive, as it would then allow untreated groundwater to seep into the same groundwater as the lake system. We'd request that the condition be modified to remove the restriction on stormwater drainage to the lake system being limited to roofs. And conditions 33 to 40 are referral agency conditions, and I believe this was provided by the City of Belmont and the Department of Planning in their response, and they shouldn't be duplicated on the local planning scheme approval and should be removed from the determination at item 3.1A.
You're close to time, Ashley.
We respectfully request that the DAP approve the subject application with our requested amendments to the conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor Rossi, do you have any questions? No? All right, Councillor Marks, any questions of this presenter?
Can I just ask a question about Ennis Place? And you were talking about a cul-de-sac at the end of Ennis Place. Now, my understanding was that the traffic was going to be able to cross over from these stables through there. Why would you need a cul-de-sac there? Is that to stop people when it's locked up, or what's the position?
We're not proposing a cul-de-sac. We're asking that the requirement to construct a cul-de-sac not be imposed. We have no objection to providing a crossover to Ennis Place, but we're saying that a cul-de-sac is not needed because all vehicles accessing that part of the development turn around on the site and then exit again. So there's no need for a turnaround within Ennis Place.
Any other questions, Councillor Marks? Any other members have questions of Ashley?
Yes, Presiding Member, I've got a few. Your reference to the referral conditions, I understand why you're suggesting that they should be deleted, but in reading the nature of the conditions, and it will be a question to the city's officers, are you suggesting that the city won't be involved in the satisfaction of those conditions, a construction management plan, those landscaping plan? Are you suggesting they're not going to be involved in that?
No, not at all. We just want it not. We don't want to have conditions duplicated on both approvals, and if the agency that's required to be satisfied when clearing that condition is the WAPC. We're expecting them to consult with both the DBCA and the city as each condition relates to each agency.
Okay, but I understand trying to avoid duplication, but it would be normal for the local government to be involved in something like the landscaping plan. Are you suggesting that WAPC will clear that condition as part of its approval?
The condition that's recommended by the DBCA, is that the agency condition?
Let me phrase it this way. I have no difficulty with the conditions. I think they should be worded to be to the satisfaction of the local government on advice of the WAPC.
Yeah.
Would you have any issue with that?
No,
okay, all right, and that'll be something for the city just to comment on. The other question Councillor raised about Ennis, are you suggesting there's no need for upgrading at all? I can understand your comment around the cul-de-sac, and there may be less justification for that, but the actual road, given there's a crossover there, is there no need for any form of upgrading?
No, our traffic report says that the road can accommodate the traffic that will be using it under this development. There will be a need for a crossover over the reserve to Ennis Place, but there's no need for an upgrade, and I don't believe that's what the the City of Belmont's conditions requiring.
Thank you.
Thank you. Still on Ennis Place, and just looking at the structure plan, which is also why I asked the question of alignment or otherwise. There's no reference that I could see to Ennis Place in the structure plan for access. It talks about Matheson and so forth. And when I look at the plans which are contained within the application, I think the engineering plan, so if we take the section of what's properly referred to as Ennis Place, which comes off Ascot and goes, if you like, to the edge of the fencing, there's also a track that runs down the back of the houses alongside the fencing, and it's got some telegraph poles, electricity poles in it. Now, that's a long run. That sort of seems to come off Matheson. It's potentially a gated access off Matheson, but that seemed to be the emphasis, that track in the structure plan. When I look at the engineering plans, that track has got Ennis Place written on it, but when I look on the landscape plans, it's got Matheson Road. So I'd just like to be clear on a couple of things. The sections of road that we're talking about, and also the traffic analysis that has gone into the access to that area C, and why that's not coming off Matheson and why it's coming off Ennis Place.
So that land, that strip of land that sits alongside the site, is a reserve that's subject to a management order to Western Power and the City of Belmont. There are power lines and water, stormwater infrastructure. We're proposing to cross that directly to Ennis Place instead of travel down to Matheson. There was talk of changing the design to allow access directly down to Matheson, but the need for the chute for certain race days, it couldn't be modified to allow, it would otherwise eat into that chute on the race days. So we retained access to Ennis Place on the basis that it's 3 stables and a maximum of 50 vehicles per day. The traffic report and the traffic advice that we'd received suggested that that wasn't a large volume of traffic in the context of the street. So we progressed with access as proposed.
Okay, so it's got to come up Epsom and then off into Ennis and then in. Okay, just as a follow-up then, if I may, there is talk of horse floats and trucks access limited to Matheson Road between 8 p.m. and 7 a.m. So that being the case, how do those vehicles get to that area C, which then only has access from Ennis?
Sorry, the condition on the approval.
Yeah, in the RAR, there's discussion around trucks and so forth having basically daytime access, whereas what we're hearing is that those involved in the tacking and preparation arrive at 4 a.m. So how do you are they coming in private vehicles, or are there any trucks expected through the night accessing Ennis?
So no, there's no trucks expected through the night. It's the, I mean, Danielle might be able to talk to this a little bit better, but it's the jockeys, the trainers coming in those early hours outside of the daytime period. So there's no horse transport requiring trucks overnight, unless I guess there is an emergency where a vet might be needed, but I'm assuming that the vet would attend the site.
Okay. And so that's been the consideration in terms of the acoustic analysis as well, that there's no trucks in the reasonable hours of the morning. Thank you. Could you explain the reason for the surplus of parking numbers? I think the RAA talks to about 180.
So sorry, can I just clarify the question? Do you mean the parking at the far?
Yes, there's 118 extra bays, the RAR states, over and above what the requirement is based upon the comparative analysis that you've done with similar developments elsewhere.
Yeah, because so the parking, we've considered two parking arrangements, I guess. There's the people that have horses on site and the staff that are coming to work with those horses and train those horses. But then on race day, you have horses that still may choose to live in Pinjarra or up in Kalamunda, and so we needed to provide parking for all of their staff and float parking for those horses, and so that's why they're additional. So we can't just assume everybody will we would love it, but we can't assume. So that's the need for the additional parking.
Okay, thank you. There's presumably fill to be brought into site. Some of the engineering drawings suggest that there's a change in topography in order to elevate the built form from a preventative drainage management point of view. Could you explain what the amount of fill is and how much those levels would change, particularly in proximity to the Ennis Avenue area?
Actually, there's very little fill envisaged, and because these are only really single-storey dwellings, strip footings, and we're actually trying to stay out of the ground as much as possible, so they're very lightweight. So we haven't needed to bring in too much fill. There may be a little bit of fill required, but we're talking less than sort of 300 to 500 mil maximum. It's not apparent necessarily, it should be in the docks, but there are actually, there's a slope from the driveway that runs along. If you look along Matheson there is actually quite a gradual, it was surprising. I think there was 7 metres of slope along that road, and I've walked it that many times that I actually refused to believe it and pulled up the surveying myself, but it is actually substantial. And so there is level differences between the barns, so there's gradual slope as it goes along. Matheson towards the river is, we call it barn C, the 3 that get access off Ennis, that's much flatter. So, and you know, we're not proposing any significant changes. And again, because we do need to tie into all the existing road network. Drainage has been probably the bane of my existence for this site, because not only are we having to work in against existing levels, we've got the Swan River, so we've got to stay as far away from that as possible. We've got to look at treating any water, but also we're taking the city's stormwater for some reason. We take that into this landowner's site and store that. Yet for some reason we're not allowed to store our own stormwater as one of the conditions notes. But that's why all the work was done on the levels and the earthworks up front to make sure we could actually do it.
Just have one other question, if I may, please. Tree retention versus tree removal, and obviously you've had your survey work done, which suggests that you may have to go through other clearing permit environmental processes outside of this particular planning framework. But you're required to put back a more detailed landscape plan. Could you explain how you would treat that interface, particularly near the residential properties which are on the other side of this track? You know, what level of planting would you hope to achieve there, and how would that interface with the built form of the stable blocks?
It was a tricky one because it came up in the DRP about street trees, and notionally there's a street. Matheson doesn't actually continue the whole way. A lot of Matheson doesn't even exist. It's shown on a plan, but it doesn't exist. It belongs to Perth Racing. It's private land that they gate and allow access at certain times. So this notion of street trees became a little bit confusing, but we said, okay, let's just, in the future, this will be a road. I don't know who will own it, but let's put street trees in. So we would be putting as much sort of planting, or shown as much planting along the, it's a very, very narrow verge there. So what we can fit, we would. We've tried to do other things to soften the built form in using stonework to make it look and feel a bit more residential, rather than just putting up sheds or, you know, standard concrete tilt panel barns. But as far as the surveys and things done, you know, it's really important to understand that there weren't any trees that have previously or currently been habited or foraged, no evidence by black cockatoos. And there's a little bit of background to that because the site's actually very degraded as far as trees anyway. And that's because on race day, the white cockatoos are a nuisance and they create an extremely dangerous environment. And often, I don't know if you've ever looked, but you will now, people have to get out there and chase them off the track, because if you've got 10 horses coming up at massive speed and there's birds that are going to scare them, it's a real health hazard. So they actually do a lot of pest management to keep animals off the site, which is probably why there's never been, it's not particularly friendly, and we've not kept trees that would encourage bird life. Ducks are another hazard. So there is no evidence of black cockatoos. Wherever possible, we want the shade as much as anybody, because these horses are going to be hot in barns and we've got to try and keep them cool. So wherever possible. But it is also really important to understand that from the planet, we're replacing multiples of trees from what's there now. So there is going to be a far, far greater tree canopy than what there is currently. There will be trees that don't nest, there will be trees that can't be eaten, but there will be trees that provide shade.
With that answer.
Can I just ask a question? You were talking about the amount of fill you're going to use at the end of what's known at the moment as the little sand track. The middle of the little sand track is a very large drain, as you are aware. If you're not filling it, what are you putting in the drain? How are you handling the water at the moment which stores into the drain?
The stormwater under that precinct C there, we're looking at a lot of the storm cells, so underground. So you keep stormwater movement and flow, as well as obviously culvert drains and things like that underneath. But Sandown will actually be going. So there will be no little Sandown. And to that point about the access track, there's a lot of illegal access currently, people using little Sandown that don't have a right to be on the site or accessing the site. But in the future, little Sandown is proposed to be
removed. What are you doing about the centre of Sandown track? You must be filling it, surely.
I'd have to come back to you. I don't know the exact design of little Sandown.
Sure. I just couldn't imagine you building stables there at the end of it, unless you filled a 10-metre drain, but it's pretty deep.
Yeah.
A very deep drain. It is surely not just leaving it there, or are you doing?
We won't be building over a drain, no. So any fill that's required to place the buildings will be put there, definitely.
Well, you're going to fill that for a start. Now, the track carries water on it most in the winter, most days. If there's a shower of water, even though there's a big drain there, the track acts, it's right on the water table. I know that the Kersley stable's right next to it. In most of his stalls, he carries water he's had to do special things to it. So you're saying you're putting small amounts of fill. What do you mean? What's your definition of small amounts of fill?
I don't know how to quantify in cubic meters, enough to bring it up.
How high are you building it up? Half a metre, a metre?
Oh, it's not intended to raise the existing levels from that, so as we tie it back into the street, any more than 500 millimetres, absolute maximum.
Look, I've built stables and I was a metre away from the water table and I still had to build it up, something like a metre on top of it. If you're where you are there, and I know Fred with Kersley, with their stables, they had to build them up where they built their new stable. The old ones are underwater. So you're only going to put 500 on top of it. That's what, half a metre. How close are you going to the people's house on that corner?
Well, it's separated by the reserve as well, so it's not, we're not immediately next door to them because we still have the Water Corp easement and the Wickham Park easement reserve in between us.
I'd like to know how you're handling the drain and going to go.
There will be an element of that that's going to have to be further, through the process of building permit. I don't have all the answers. Did we not provide a RL plan?
Yeah,
There was a
drainage design.
Can I just question something? There is we're getting into the impact on neighbours of fill, absolutely valid in this conversation. But how drainage is going to be designed is not to determine. That is a building permit and a civil design that comes later post PDA. It is absolutely relevant to ask the question, what impact increased levels will have on neighbours, and you've answered that. So I don't think we need to debate any more about engineering design. That will come at a later point. Are there any, I have a couple of questions. Are there any other questions of these presenters?
There was just one other, sorry, just checking back to condition 21, Ashley. It does actually reference the times of collection. Update the waste management plan, document include details of the waste collection. Ensure waste collection takes place only during the day, 7 AM to 8 PM.
Yeah, so we'd ask that be included as a condition on the approval instead of included as a condition to update the waste management plan.
So I have a follow-up on that, if that's okay, that I was going to ask as one of mine. What is the actual issue with updating the waste management plan? Given you're comfortable with it to remain as a recommended condition, what is the actual problem with adjusting the waste management plan so that that's a single point of reference or a single source of truth for waste management if there's ever a need to refute? What's
no issue? We just thought it would be, I suppose, more streamlined if it was a condition instead of buried into a supporting technical document.
So given it's both, because it's already in a condition, given it's both, what that condition is saying is in the condition, but we'd also like you to tidy up the waste management plan to reflect that. Is there a specific issue with tidying up the waste management plan?
Can I just, are you suggesting that condition 21 be removed, or?
No, we originally requested the condition be reworded so that it was a standalone waste management collected between these hours instead of update the waste management plan to require waste management to be collected within those hours.
So you're not asking for that to be removed?
No.
That condition is intended to stay, but you were questioning why you would need to then retrospectively update the waste management plan to capture it. But you've just acknowledged that there is no issue with tidying that up. It's a tidy up essentially, right? Okay. Any other? All right, I have one question and it's a bit of housekeeping. So you've asked about condition 8, which relates to the management order, and you're concerned that that condition's a bit open-ended. And I would agree that it would be if it was requiring conclusion of that process. But as I read this condition, the only onus on you is to lodge the request. And that condition is cleared because you can't obviously impact or control what that process looks like. But to me, it looks like condition 8 is just asking you to submit the request to change the management order. So what is your concern about that? That looks pretty clear to me what your responsibility is.
Yeah, so that's my concern, is that it's not that it's too simple, but it's how is it going to be interpreted when we come to satisfy the condition, and is it going to be, it needs to be over and above, it needs to complete that process or that sort of thing. So I suppose also
Go to the city in a minute and ask them to respond to that.
yeah, and also a little bit to do with it being covered under other legislation, and not conditioning something that's a requirement separately.
All right, that is my conditions. I think we have explored this to a great detail. What I'd like to do now is move on to the local government officers. So we have Nicholas Reddy and Alex Bott with us today from the City of Belmont, and we're fortunate to have them in the room. Nicholas and Alex, I am ahead of members asking you specific questions. I'm going to give you the opportunity, if you would like to take a few minutes, and just a few, to respond to any key issues you think that have popped up that you'd like to clarify for us, and then just understand that I have quite a few questions. I'm sure other members do, so no need to be comprehensive, just if there's anything you want to speak to.
Yes, Chair. I'll do a brief look mostly through the conditions that we just raised then. So I'll keep it quite short, because I think the RAR did cover a lot of the matters that's sort of been discussed. So I'll start with condition 8, which is linked to the management order. So this was included due to the need to modify the management order that's currently in place over the reserve. The condition should remain as its purpose is directly related to the ability for the access via Ennis Place and the modification of the management order. So we feel that that condition should remain. Moving on to condition 9 and 19, which relates to the Ennis Place cul-de-sac crossover. So again, condition 9 and 19 relates to the upgrading of the crossover access over the reserve area. In regards to the phrasing of cul-de-sac head, we feel that also might not have been the best reflected term for that. As essentially we're seeking the construction of the crossover, the access across the reserve area, as well as sort of tying that into the curbing along Ennis Place. So not necessarily a cul-de-sac head as you would normally sort of envisage. And again, those conditions we feel are worth keeping. Moving on to condition 12. So the intent of that condition was to ensure that all necessary approvals are obtained for the proposed tree removal prior to the works. If the DAP does decide to not include that as a condition, move it as an advice note, then the city doesn't object to that.
So which one was that?
That was condition 12 relating to the tree removal.
Thank you.
Moving on to condition 21, I think this one's been discussed, and this would like to maintain that condition, and I think it's sort of been resolved through discussions earlier. Condition 13, so we have considered that. So the original intent of that condition was to ensure that stormwater and wastewater were disposed of separately. The city acknowledges that the integrated water management plan is required still within the WAPC determination, and then the future water disposal plans will be guided by that management plan. In addition, condition 32 does specifically relate to wastewater disposal having to be connected to sewer. The city would recommend condition 31 be replaced with a more standardised condition. I do have wording here which I'll bring up. Prior to lodging the application for a building permit, stormwater disposal plans, details and calculations prepared in accordance with the city's engineering requirements and design guidelines shall be submitted for approval and thereafter implemented, constructed and maintained to the satisfaction of the city. And as part of clearing that condition, we would take advice from BBCA, WAPC, because it does sort of interrelate with those other conditions. There was some discussion on condition 33 to 40. At this stage, the city has resolved to the R13 request that was submitted earlier this week. So we would be happy for that to go ahead. But I think there was some discussions which might come out in questions. Maybe that's where we'll leave it. We'll take questions. Myself and Alex be happy to
Just cover condition 19 as well.
Oh, sorry, condition 19 and 9. So they are both, I guess, grouped together. They both relate to the forming of the access. Condition 19 is probably more around the actual doing of the work, whereas 9 is preparing the plans and providing them to our substation.
Let's move to questions of the officers, and I'm sure there'll be a few. Mayor Rossi, go.
Thank you so much. Just the impact on Ennis Place and actually the hotel, the main road that goes down to, that you turn into Ennis Place, it's already quite busy. Why would we impact that road that was once a cul-de-sac and open it up? Why that road?
Thank you, Mayor Rossi. So the city reviewed the information provided in the traffic report, as well as doing our own amenity assessment of the impacts along Ennis Place, and that area sets out a lot of our thoughts on that, and the city was satisfied that the impact was appropriate to allow for access through Ennis Place to access those 3 stable complexes.
Okay, next question, the noise in the area. There seems to be a great focus on the potential noise on the residential area around it. But first of all, this is a stables precinct. So why are we looking at, when people move in there, know exactly what they're moving into? So why would the focus be so great on potential noise when horses are walked at all hours? So my concern is, are we jumping the horse in that way there? Are we jumping ahead of ourselves?
Thank you. I can assist with that. So noise is something, irrespective of it being an existing activity in the area, that needs to be thoroughly assessed. And I feel we've done that against the existing amenity and likely future amenity. But you would have seen we've placed a great emphasis on using the noise regulations as the baseline, what is acceptable from that perspective. And the reason we've done that is that the racecourse itself doesn't have any exemptions under the noise regulations. So we want to be very careful we don't end up with an outcome where a stable complex is approved, such as this. If we receive a noise complaint noting it's not exempt under the noise regulations, the city's in the position of having to issue a noise notice.
Does that mean that we're actually saying that maybe potentially there's too many stalls? That's why we're doing this?
No, not necessarily. It's largely tied to the activities occurring, so not so much the scale. That was one factor, but it's largely the activities, the type of activities that could potentially breach the noise regulations and cause amenity issues if they're not appropriately mitigated.
Why didn't you put in a sound wall? That would completely reduce it dramatically if there was potentially noise.
A noise wall may not necessarily achieve that. There's many options to mitigate noise, one being the proposed approach we've taken, which is via conditions and management measures. Noise walls also have associated amenity impacts as well, and can in some cases need to be quite high to be effective.
Thank you.
Councillor Marks, any questions for the officers?
Yes, I do. I suppose considering Mayor Rossi has just brought up noise, I guess the point here is that we appear to have 2 completely different areas. One area on the south of Matheson Road where people can move around at 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning with horses. They can ride them up and down, they can go around, make all sorts of noise. anything to do with horses because it is the horsing area, whereas we now have Ascot Racecourse where no one's allowed to make any horse noise, even though noise is being made there at the moment. People walk across the car parks, there are horses going around tracks, there are people inside the course walking on the bitumen surfaces, creating noise. It has now come to the point where two completely different situations are there. If you walk to one side of Matheson Road now, no one's allowed to ask noise. On the other side, you can do things. The difference is these people who were meant to be affecting, the ones we're worried about, are already noise affected.
Is there a question, Councillor?
The answer is, why aren't we having one consistent noise approach to this, as at the moment we are all over the place?
Okay, thank you. So I think the first point to cover off is it's not so much that it's a different approach. The noise regs apply to this application and the activities on this site already, and to properties in the residential stable site. So those two are subject to noise regulations. What we have in front of us today, as in this application, we've thoroughly assessed the amenity impacts and noise impacts, to which we have to do through the planning application process, and it is a quite intensification of the activities on the site. So we feel it does need that strong consideration, which we feel has occurred.
If you were to put 50 horses and build 3 sets of stables in the horsing area, the residential stable area, we wouldn't be having a talk about noise because it's all part of the area. I just would like to know, isn't the racecourse really part of the area? Have you got any legal opinion that says the racecourse isn't part of the residential and stables areas? Surely, looking at the area with a racecourse placed there where horses are involved every morning, moving and making noise, it comes under the same jurisdiction or same idea of what's happening in the actual stables area itself. In actual fact, there's a good chance it's part of the stables area.
Can I just check, is that not what you just said? You said that the noise regs cover both, but because the DA applies to this bit and we have to cover this bit, it's appropriate and due diligence to put the condition on it, given we have to consider this, but we're not considering the area outside. So can I just clarify? You did say that the noise regs apply to both, so we're not dealing with it differently. Currently, if somebody wants to make a noise complaint about anything in that outside area, they can, and then the noise regs kick in and your environmental health officers go out, and the same currently to inside the racecourse. All you're doing is formalising it as part of this application. Is that correct?
That is correct. And probably another point is if we received an application for stables in the residential zone, as part of the application process, we do the exact amenity assessment and impacts.
That's done to me, because what you're saying means that if they have to apply to the noise regs, then from 7, no one can move a horse before 7 o'clock in the morning. The whole industry runs on being moved, using it from 4 o'clock in the morning. So what you've just said means that if anyone makes a complaint anywhere living in the area, even though they knew what was going on when they went there, reminds me of the airport. If someone makes a complaint when they move in next to an airport or our airport, we don't move the airport. They move in there knowing that the airport's there. They have it written on their titles that there will be noise. And the same thing applied. Maybe I've got to get it written on the titles that there will be noise, but the same thing applies here with the horsing industry. What we have now is we have people, what you're saying is...
Question, Councillor Mark? Sorry, we need to deal with this as a question.
I just cannot believe that we have two completely different situations. If it's one situation, then the horse industry has to up stakes and go.
So can I just check, because we need to bring this to a question. Can I just, again, ask the question? You're not introducing anything new with this condition, are you? All you're doing is creating visibility around the legislation that already exists. So somebody could make a noise complaint today any of the neighbours could make a noise complaint today about the racecourse activities. You're not creating the need to assess this under the noise regs. All you're doing is creating awareness of it, because if you didn't, in this paper and in this approval, then we may get some criticism about an important aspect that we've missed. But you're not introducing this requirement. It exists already under the noise regs. That right?
Very well, and that is correct.
Okay.
Okay, I'll come to that when I speak, but I have some other things. Parking. The actual float parking that's happening, you can have a look at the float parking page for anyone who wants to look at. Page 28 gives an actual picture of the floating areas. There's something like 38 car parks or floating parks. It floats area as far as parking is concerned. See that the actual the floating bays are actually bigger than the normal car parking bay. I think they're about 1.5 times bigger. They're longer by about 1.5 bigger. I'm interested. I've tried very difficultly, or tried hard to find the swept path of the floats being able to come in here, park. I presume the idea is, I'm not certain, maybe Mr. Davis can tell us, is the idea to come in and park in one of these bays, then let the horses out, or is the idea to pull up in the middle, let the horses out in the middle, then try to park a float? Does anyone know exactly how they're doing it?
Are you able to answer that, or would we ask the applicant?
I feel condition 16 covers that, so that's where it sets out the requirement to which vehicle parking, manoeuvring and circulation areas will be designed. It sets out against the relevant Australian standards, but as part of that, if those were float bays, when we see condition 16, when it's applied to us to be satisfied, we would expect to see the vehicle.
You as yet haven't worked out whether this parking will work or not.
We're satisfied that in principle it could work, but that's what we have conditions.
Have you seen a swept parts of the truck? These are very 9-horse floats, are very large. It's 3 times the size of a normal float.
Can I just check? This condition requires all that detail to come forward, and it requires it to work. Otherwise, none of this happens, right? So this condition compels the applicant to go and do that next level of detailed design and come to the city and say, there, I'm showing you and I'm proving to you that those swept paths can work. And if they can't, they have to make them work, or they have to redesign, and maybe it comes back to the DAP if the redesign is significant enough. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
All right, so you're going to do, this will be, we accept what's there. So yes, the parking's good. You go away and look at it, hopefully. And if it doesn't work, you then, what do you do then when you haven't got a parking that's big enough?
As the presiding members explained, as part of the condition, they would need to demonstrate that it works. And if it didn't work, they would need to amend the plans so it does work and meet the relevant requirements of turning. So,
right. Next question.
And they, as part of the traffic impact statement, they did provide and demonstrate some swept paths for the most constrained.
I didn't see that. I couldn't find it in there.
It's it was attachment 12.
I looked in 12, couldn't see it.
Yeah, I'm fairly confident that it was in there and was part of it, but it doesn't sort of.
It's not. There is no swept path shown. They say things, but they don't actually show a swept path. So I haven't seen it. I'd like to see it. But still, we move on. We've just heard from Ms. Davison that they must abide by all of our local laws for the stabling of horses. I'm interested in the fact that these particular stables have got we have a law in there which is 4.197, which states basically that every 10 horses you have to have a roll yard if you're going to do this style of stabling. And I was the one who put it in there, so I can assure you it's there. And the reason for it being there is that we did have at one stage people starting to to build just this sort of thing without a roll yard. We examined it carefully and decided that you needed 1 roll yard per 10 horses. Here we have, I think it's 400. Yes, I'm just about to ask, why then in this particular case, considering we're going by the laws, the stabling laws, why have we only got, I think, like 10 or 12 roll yards for 434 horses?
So the local law does apply, that is correct, but the extent to which that is will be considered at that later stage. So yes, this is subject to a license under the state local law. However, that's ultimately a subsequent process, and through that process, the extent to which it needs to comply or is relevant will be considered. But I think it goes back to the previous question. The team that issues or assesses those stable local law licenses has reviewed this proposal and is satisfied it can be considered and is capable of approval, like we touched on in condition 16. As part of that license process, if they need to go and amend aspects of this development approval, if it gets approved, they would need to do so as well. But we've considered it, ultimately the license is a subsequent stage.
That sits outside of the planning approval process, right? Okay.
How can this be? They've given us a set of plans, Madam Chair, which don't abide by the law. Now you're saying, yes, we'll put it up. You have to vote on something that doesn't abide by the law, but we might change it in time to come. Slight change.
So there are a multitude of factors that sit outside of the planning framework, and your role is not to assess compliance with the local law. It's not to assess compliance with the noise regulations or with the environmental regulations.
Why bother bringing them here?
Because this is a planning process and you're dealing with the planning merits. So some of the stuff that we're getting into today actually sit outside of the approval process. All those processes work together. There are some checks and balances that are put in place as part of conditions that after we have given our planning agreement to a proposal, they go and refine aspects of the technical issues. If those can't be worked through and sorted out at that stage, then they might need to come back for a different planning approval. But it is not common for all those little things to be worked out prior to a planning approval. They all work hand in hand. So that's the process. If you want to deal with that during debate, we can deal with that during debate. I think the officers have answered your questions now. So bearing in mind, we still have a number of questions. Do you have any further questions for the officers?
Not, I have other things that I will talk about later. Dog parking and there is talk on the type of stables involved, but that's all right. That's more to do with me than it is with what you're saying. I must say I'm disappointed that these sorts of things are brought up. Mainly, in my opinion, hinder the development. There appears to be nothing going on. It's the same with entrances into the.
Thank you, Councillor. We need to move on.
Question, presiding
Off
member,
you
if I may. Thank you. Sorry, just to recap for the benefit of my memory, condition 8, did you say or maybe keep that one as it was, I think.
Can I just ask a question on condition 8 as well? Is there anything specific that requires a third party to request amendment to a management order? Can the city not simply progress that on your own? Especially given you're recommending approval for something that aligns with an amended management order.
We could potentially progress it on our own. I feel it's appropriate to have it in here given the sole reason of it arising is due to this proposal. I feel it can be dealt with.
Thank you. And condition 12, what was your opinion on the applicant's request for that to be an advice note only? Did you suggest that that could actually be deleted or comfortable with keeping it as an advice note?
It's beneficial having it.
Okay, lovely, thank you. Then just, if I may please, presiding
Go
member.
ahead.
You have a number of advice notes at the moment. 10, 19, 20, 21 and 22 Roman numerals, which are quite detailed. They set out specifics and relate to conditions. They're specific to landscape, water management and sediment control. My question is, why are those specifics part of advice notes rather than as part of the conditions themselves?
So the approach there was to outline to the applicants what we would be expecting for when they went through to satisfy the condition, but I can certainly appreciate you felt it was more appropriate for those to be put into the specifically outline it. But the city quite often takes this approach, so when the applicant comes to us to address the condition, we would draw them to that advice note on the expectations.
Right, so the difference
With you, sorry, did you capture advice note 6 in that comment? Or that
No, I
question?
did not.
So, that's okay. I just
No, but I'm happy to. Let me just have a quick looky at that one.
So I was going to ask a question about whether advice note 6 is not more appropriate as a condition. I just wanted to
The demolition permit.
deals, yes.
Okay, well, I'll leave that one with you. I suppose the just to follow on from my first question with the second question, are you suggesting that rather than making the details statutory specifics as part of a condition, that the city's preference, and presumably you've had some liaison with the applicant on this, your preference is to have them as here's an idea or an advice, a scope for what we would like to see in this condition, which requires statutorily a waste management plan, etc., to give you some level of flexibility? And if that is so, could you please explain to me what sort of flexibility you'd be looking for? Presumably nothing that would unpick the condition, but is there some kind of different ways of dealing with the detail, different design approaches or different operational approaches? Thank you.
You're correct. It does provide a minor level of flexibility, but going back to the core of the condition, the core elements of the advice note, it certainly isn't to undermine those at all. It just does provide that minor flexibility for considering the condition, whether we're satisfied.
All right, thank you. I'm comfortable with that, presiding member. I don't have further questions. Thank you.
Yes. I did ask the applicant about the prospect of operation management plan, and you would have heard the response. It is not uncommon for decision makers to impose for a use like this that has potential impacts to manage in a much more structured, coordinated fashion. Do you have a view on that?
Thank you. Dealing with other proposals that can have amenity impacts, such as extractive industries or similar, my experience there can be a benefit in having an overarching plan. And I think one of the other members might have touched on this, that if that was to be something that was recommended, not trying to replicate or duplicate, it would really be a place to bring together all the management plans with a singular point of contact for management. And so I don't feel it would be a large document if such a condition was to be put forward, but yes, I do see the benefit in having a condition management plan.
Thank you. And as presiding member, I think it might be useful too, in relation to conditions 9 and 19 just been discussed, in the event that the panel support the application, I'm not suggesting it will, but in the event it does, I think you did suggest some amended wording. I think it might be beneficial if you could, while there's debate, if you could think about what that wording might be, because based on what we've discussed this morning, it doesn't sound like the wording for 9 and 19 is appropriate. So if you could consider that.
Barry, can I just, because while we were talking about that, I had a look at the wording of that condition. I'm going to read to you a potential amendment to 9. And again, this is not predetermining the outcome of the application, but I'd like you to think about it. So Amendment 9, given the information that has been provided in this meeting, could read, prior to lodgement of a building permit, the applicant/owner shall provide engineer certified detailed design drawings for crossover access over lot 10914 Matheson Road and any works to Ennis Place to facilitate this crossover. The upgrades to Ennis Place shall be sealed, drained, line marked and curbed at the full cost, blah, blah, to the satisfaction of the city. Would that capture what?
Yes.
Could I, rather than you respond to it right now, just to have a think about whether or not that achieves your intent, and that intent is that you're not expecting a creation of a full cul-de-sac. You are just anticipating there might be some minor upgrade works required to facilitate the crossover over that lot.
Presiding member, whether that wording should actually link to, or at least some reference to that condition, should appear in condition 19 so that there's no, pardon me, ambiguity about what condition 19 actually means, because that is still quite open-ended as condition 19 reads at the moment. Thank you, sorry. That's a good strategy.
Yeah, and just probably rather than a question, a point. In terms of providing certainty for the applicant as to who the clearing authority is, most of the conditions do say to the satisfaction of the city, but there are probably 7 or 8 that don't. And sort of 13, 21, 25, 26, 27, 31, 32, 38. I've run through those very quickly, but you wouldn't be opposed to having clarity listing it to the satisfaction of the city if in the event it's ordered.
No, that's certainly acceptable.
Presiding member, that's fine for me.
All right, I have a few, and some of these are quite pedantic, you could say, but I'm very mindful sometimes at clearing of conditions stage, there can be ambiguity and it can cause some issues. So question 4 currently states that prior to lodgement of a building permit, a schedule of colours and materials must be submitted for approval and implemented to the satisfaction of the city. Now, strict interpretation of that condition means the schedule needs to be implemented prior to a building permit too, which isn't possible. So could we add the word thereafter ahead of the wording and implemented to the satisfaction of the city? That just makes it clear that all that you're expecting prior to a building permit is the schedule to be submitted for approval, and that implementation then happens after. Then similar situation in condition 6, which relates to a lighting plan. Could we add the word thereafter to make it clear when that would need to be implemented? Does that make sense from your perspective? Right. So condition 10 refers to plans that were approved on the 17th of January. Are those demolition plans that have been approved by the city? If not, what plans are they?
Through the chair. So those plans are in attachment 1 on page 4. So there's a demolition plan which forms part of the development plans.
Okay, so it is the demolition plan, and you have already approved the demolition because it's a separate process?
No, so the demolition plan, they would have to get a demolition permit to do that works.
Okay, so condition 10 is not accurate then, is it? That refers to a plan that has been approved by the city.
It could just be the case of removing approved.
Yeah.
Still referring to the date.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Condition 15 refers to incentives in the sustainability report. Is it incentives or is it initiatives?
upfill initiatives correctly.
Yeah, I had a search for the incentives. They weren't strictly incentives. And then I have already asked whether advice note 6 would be better suited as a condition. I think that would be appropriate if we were to go that way. Or would you prefer to leave as an advice note?
I think condition 6, which refers to that's the Australian standard for outdoor lighting, it's covered in the demolition permit.
That's all good.
Yep.
It's just really clarifying, is that right? Okay. Okay, those are the questions from me. I think it's time.
If I may, I'm so sorry. I just want to pick up on something that Mr. Arias, our specialist member, raised, and that is in relation to conditions 33 to 39. Mr. Arias has asked, should those be reworded to the satisfaction of the city on the advice of, and yet through the R13 from the commission, and I think there was some liaison with yourselves, the commission's advice was to delete conditions in your RAR 33 to 39. So I was just keen to sort of understand was there still relevance to those conditions 33 to 39 actually to the city? I know it's a similar question to what you asked, but it's just slightly different way around.
I think there are conditions in there touched on before, the integrated water management plan, so that would be, I guess, a condition that could remain with to the satisfaction of the city as well. But I think a lot of these conditions, because they are part of that other one, there will be that, I guess, communication between the three parties, because they are kind of interrelated to different aspects. So again, there's also a landscape plan condition, and the city also has a landscape plan condition. So there is going to have to be some correspondence to clear conditions between different parties.
But does that mean that they need to be referenced, as conditions which effectively duplicate what's in the planning commission's set of conditions?
The conditions that we have in our, or put forward in our RAR, could stand alone. We could still do those referrals if required. We had no objection to the removal of those conditions because they would still need to be cleared as part of the other.
That's fine. We can move to that later on. Thank you for that answer.
Well, good. I think we've had a good opportunity to explore the issues with this, and I think it's time then that we move to the report. And I just want to make it clear that we are now dealing with the local government responsible authority report that is recommending approval for the application subject to conditions. Can I seek a mover and seconder for the recommendation in the local government's responsible authority report? Would anyone like to move the recommendation for approval?
I'm happy for the purpose of putting this on the table.
Anyone like to second it?
Plotting member.
Member Hyde, would you like to speak as mover?
Yes, thank you. There was a lot of information in this to consider, and I appreciate everybody's presentation and drawing things to our attention. And I also appreciate the responses that we've had from our questions today. It has helped to clarify matters for me. One of my key considerations with this particular application was the matter of access, and looking as I did to the structure plan and seeing that there was some variation in the way that this development application was approaching access, particularly introducing access through and from Ennis Avenue. However, I am comfortable with the explanation that has been given both by the applicant and the city, who have their own technical experts who have gone through this information. And I do understand that other access points have been explored and that they cause either a knock-on impact to relocation of services or an issue with the horseshoes and so on. And understanding the technical assessment of the capacity of Ennis Place, I'm comfortable that the amount of movements per day can be accommodated. I also take into account that obviously this is a precinct identified for many, many years by the local government for activities pertaining to racing, the keeping of horses, and so on and so forth. And so none of this activity is out of context or out of character for the area. I also do understand that, you know, the applicant has endeavoured to advertise, the local government has indeed advertised the development application, and there have been engagement activities for the purpose of a structure plan previously, which have identified those broader strategic considerations. So in that respect, I am comfortable to support the overall notion of these land uses. I've looked at the design review panel information and the consideration of scale, and again, sitting in the context of the nature of this precinct for racing and horsekeeping activity. I find that to be acceptable, and there is a landscape plan. I think it is a great shame that trees have to go, but there is a process to consider those, as the presiding member says, outside of our planning framework. But also I take into account the applicant's desire to introduce new trees and new species appropriate to the area and the nature of the activity, which over time will assist in softening the new development and integrating it to its context. I think all of the technical documentation in place in terms of acoustic, traffic, waste management, water management, etc., are there, and I am comfortable that we have a number of conditions to enable the applicant and the city and its technical experts to further consider that through the design development process. And I do agree that that is a natural part of the planning and development process. That said, presiding member, I would like to deal with some amending motions. Let me start. You would like to take them individually?
Yes, I would like to do them individually, and then I will ask for a seconder of those amending motions. Doesn't necessarily have to be the seconder of the primary motion, so let's deal with it.
Very good. I would like to, in the first instance, suggest that condition 12 be moved to advice note.
I have a second for that. Member Arias, do you wish to speak to that amendment?
Only briefly, presiding member, I think we've heard from the city that is probably an appropriate acknowledgement of a process which sits outside of specific planning approvals, and it is advice to the applicant. It obviously highlights that advice to ensure that there is an orderly and sequential process that the applicant and the approval authority go through.
Thank you, Member Arias. Do you wish to speak to the amendment?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, member.
Do any members oppose that amendment? All right, all those in favour of that particular amendment? Carried unanimously. Back to you.
My next amending motion 2 would be to replace the wording of current condition 31 with the wording which was provided by the city, and my shorthand is not very good, so I didn't get it word for word.
We ask the officers to,
Do you want me to read it out for you guys?
please, just so we make sure that we understand what we're voting on.
So the wording would be prior to lodging an application for a building permit, stormwater disposal plans, details and calculations prepared in accordance with the city's engineering requirements and desired guidelines shall be submitted. Their approval and thereafter implemented, constructed and maintained to the satisfaction.
Thank you. Are you
Thank
comfortable
you.
with that wording?
Yes, thank you.
Do I have a seconder for that amendment? Do you wish to speak to the amendment?
Only to say that I'm comfortable that that provides the right amount of certainty and clarity required of a condition that was flagged as being somewhat open-ended. So, thank you.
Barris, you wish to speak to them?
Thank you.
Does anyone have an opposing view on that amendment? No? All right, all those in favour of that amendment? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you. I would like to, well, I'm not sure if others wish to, but I would like to get clarity around condition 9, which requires some additional wording, presiding member. There's some wording which was,
Would you like me to read it?
if you would, please.
Okay, so prior to lodgement of a building permit, the applicant / owner shall provide engineer certified detailed design drawings for crossover access over lot 10914, 47A Matheson Road, and any works to Ennis Place to facilitate crossover. The upgrades to Ennis Place shall be sealed, drained, line marked and curbed at the full cost of the owner and maintained thereafter to the satisfaction of the city.
Thank you, presiding member. I would also like to suggest that condition 19 contains the wording this condition to be read in conjunction with condition 9.
Can I get a seconder for those amendments to condition 9 and condition 19? Wish to speak to that any further?
No, I think it's evident is to seek clarity, which is exactly what the applicant and the local government want to achieve for this development and access arrangements. Thank you, Barriers.
Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak in opposition to this amendment?
Oh, we meant no.
Okay, all those in favour of amending condition 9 and 19 in the manner suggested? That's unanimous, thank you.
The last one, presiding member, that I have, I wish to delete conditions 33 to, conditions 33 to 39 and renumber condition 40. Conditions which are duplicated by the commission RAR.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that amendment?
Point of clarification. I think the requirements are necessary for the application. Member Hyde might be able to clarify. We still have those requirements in the WAPC.
That's correct, unless this panel decides to remove them.
Otherwise, yes. Okay. On that basis, I'm prepared to support those changes.
Okay. Does anyone wish to speak to that amendment?
Only for the purpose of clarifying that, and for those in the room, the conditions as stated in the city's RAR are actually duplicated in Planning Commission's RAR, and therefore that avoids the need for duplication and lack of certainty around who actually clears those conditions, notwithstanding that there will be liaison with the city and the Planning Commission and the other statutory departments. We are, however, keeping condition 40 because that relates specifically to the Bristol kilns, which is a matter of heritage for the city. So, Barry, do you wish to speak to that amendment?
Presiding member, I'm happy to support on the basis that when we consider the next item, those conditions will be maintained.
Does any other member wish to speak in opposition to this amendment? All right, all those in favour? Carried unanimously.
Thank you, presiding member. I had considered moving elements of advice notes to the conditions. However, I'm satisfied on the response that I received to my questions from the officers at the city that it may be preferable to keep the detail of some of those advice notes as such in order to provide flexibility and opportunities for alternate design approaches. But I'm still satisfied that the remainder of the conditions provide the certainty and clarity and the statutory weight to those management plans that need to be provided. And that's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's revert back to the primary motion as second. Member Arias, would you like to speak to the primary motion?
Thank you, presiding member. In addition to the matters or the reasons raised by Member Hyde for supporting the application, which I endorse, there's been a lot of discussion this morning on technical issues, which I think are valid and have helped clarify certainly the conditions moving forward. What I'd like to address is the planning framework. And in my view, the zoning of the site, place of public assembly, reflects an intent. And I think the proposed uses reflect that intent. And I think they're compatible. In terms of the context of the site, the land forms part of the Ascot Racecourse and the complex. And I think the proposed stable and animal establishment uses are complementary to that. I think the racecourse provides an appropriate context. The RAR raises the issue of the draft Ascot Racecourse structure plan, precinct structure plan, and which has been recently advertised, and we are advised that it's going to be considered by the WAPC shortly for approval. And I think that needs to be given due regard. And it's within precinct C, and the uses proposed reflect permitted uses. And in fact, it highlights the bulk and scale being appropriate, and it notionally describes 3 stories as an appropriate height limitation. So from that perspective, it reflects the structure plan. And as I said, we should have due regard for that. The issue of the local law has also been raised as a reason for potentially not supporting it. Once again, a local law is only a document that decision makers should have regard for. It doesn't prevent decision making from considering something that perhaps is not perfectly aligned. And on that basis, the due regard that is relevant is of a lesser standing than the structure plan. The DRP has considered the application, the design review panel, and supports it and considers that the bulk and scale is reflective of what is reasonable in that community. So whilst there has been issues raised in relation to the impact, an independent design group has considered that and believes it's appropriate, and I support the findings. The final matter relates to the potential amenity issues which the residents have raised, and I think they are legitimate concerns. But the RAR includes some substantial documentation around traffic, noise and odour, which will manage that. And it's not unusual for applications like this to be subject to those management plans, and I'm satisfied they will mitigate potential impacts. So on the basis of those reasons, I'm prepared to support the application. Presiding member, I'd also like to propose an amending motion
Sure, go ahead.
to include a new condition, which is around the matter I raised, and that's the operational management plan. I can understand the applicant's view about who should have responsibility.
Before you
Oh, sorry.
That's
Yes.
all right.
Okay,
Are
so
you happy to second? Yes, I am.
I jump ahead.
That's all right.
So I'm proposing a new condition which requires the preparation of operational management plan to the satisfaction of the city, which will address traffic and management access, noise management, waste management, operation of stables, parking management, site security and complaints management.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to that as seconder?
I'm comfortable, presiding member, with those inclusions. I think it becomes basically an umbrella document which brings together those other management plans that we have as part of our conditions before us, and it ensures that they speak to each other. It ensures that there is alignment and that there is adequate oversight of all of those operational aspects, and particularly how it's run on a day-to-day basis going forward, rather than just how it is constructed in the first instance.
And sorry, presiding member, what I also, in jumping ahead, I think it provides a comprehensive document that members of the community can have a level of comfort that if there are issues they can address, rather than addressing individual management plans. And that's a basis for putting it forward.
Thank you. Do any other members wish to speak in opposition to this amendment? Councillor Marks?
I'm not in opposition to having stables on course.
Sorry, it's just the amendment for the
Oh, the
operational
amendment,
management.
sorry.
Do you want to
Amendment.
talk?
No, I'm
No.
not with that. I have got another condition that I wish to amend, which you may wish to take on board for your position. This is condition 21. States.
Sorry, can I just, let's close out this one about the operational management plan,
Okay.
and then I'll hand over to you.
All right.
All right, so can I just check, are all members, can we see by a show of hands those who support the amendment for an operational management plan? All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, Councillor Marks, over to you. Now we're dealing with the primary motion.
I thought we moved there, it doesn't matter. Condition 21, which you may wish to take on board. 21, the waste condition take place only during the day from 7 AM to 8 PM. In my opinion, it should be 9 AM to 8 PM. The horses involved there will not stop work till somewhere around 8:30, 9 o'clock. You're going to try and get a truck in between them while people are there, you're going to have problems. So I would correct, it could be 9 AM to 8 PM at night.
Okay, let's deal with that amendment. So Councillor Marks is proposing an amendment to change condition 21 from 7 AM to 8 PM to 9 AM to 8 PM. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yep. Do I have a seconder for that amendment? Thank you, Mayor Rossi. Do you wish to speak further to that amendment, Councillor?
No, I think that strictly with what the activity is happening around them, and driving a truck between horses is a very dangerous thing to do. And if we leave it at 7 to 8 and they decide to use it, then there's going to be problems.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Rossi, do you wish to speak to this amendment as seconder?
Well, simply, if there's horses on site, you can't have trucks coming past, so this makes sense.
Thank you. Do any other members wish to speak in opposition or for this amendment? No? All right, let's put this amendment to the vote then. All those in favour? It's unanimous. Thank you, Councillor Marks. Reverting back to the primary motion, do you wish to raise any other amendments, or do you wish?
No, I have no other amendments to put forward, only to speak on it. If it's
Go
my
ahead.
time to speak, is it? Right.
Yes.
And as I started to say before, I agree with the idea of some sort of stables on the horse. I don't particularly agree with these particular stables. However, I have pointed out some of the things that I think are wrong. One of the things that has come up in the discussion with or questioning of the officers is that the noise situation really applies to both the noise within the residential stables district and noise on course. Consequently, my opinion, these stables are unoperative, completely unoperative with the noise, whereby they cannot be operated before 7 o'clock in the morning. All of the activity on a racing stable happens from 4 o'clock onwards through to 9. If this remains that they can't make any noise in any way, then they're inoperable. If the same thing applies to the residential and stable area, it's inoperable as well. And that appears to be the case from the answer given to me by the officer. So what's more, the airport becomes inoperable because they are doing exactly the same thing. So I don't know where we go from there, but if these noise conditions remain, there is going to be a big change in racing in this state. There will be a big change around the racing area. And I'm not too certain where I go from here, but I'll have to do something. I cannot vote for this under these conditions. Under these particular conditions, I think it is impossible to vote for this. So that's as far as I can go.
Thank you, Councillor Marks. Mayor Rossi, speaking to the primary motion.
Yes, please. I struggle to see how this proposal will function effectively. With row after row of stables, my question is, do the horses have adequate space for long confinements? If this plan must go ahead, I would love to see larger stalls and a reduction in number of stables. The proposal includes on-site horse stables with related activities taking place in the early morning. This has always been the nature of the area. The report highlights the need to consider potential noise impacts due to the proximity of the residential properties. However, what we're not picking up is that this is a historical stables precinct. Anyone who moves into this area knows exactly what they're choosing. It's a lifestyle decision. Restricting noise in such a setting could have far-reaching consequences in the entire precinct, which has been overlooked as far as I'm concerned. Planning approval should not impact nearby properties. Belmont has a long and proud history of horse training, and these stables are a fundamental part of that identity. The area has operated successfully for decades without these kind of restrictions, and imposing them now could threaten its future viability as a stables precinct. I do appreciate that our officers are trying to cover all bases as they're required to, but the reality is that this system has functioned well for years. If the noise was truly a major concern, why hasn't a sound law been proposed instead of imposing strict conditions? This report states that the proposed activities are considered compatible with the area's established character. My deep concern is that these restrictions could have a detrimental effect on the entire precinct and potentially alter the way horses are stabled in Belmont, a place known for maintaining some of the highest standards in the industry. What fundamentally concerns me is that the precedent could be set here. If we start restricting natural, long-standing activities in a designated stables precinct, where does it stop? Will future developments continue to erode the character and the functionality of this unique area? So I won't be voting for this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before I hand back to the mover to close, I'll speak very briefly, and I won't raise prepared notes about the planning issues, but they've been covered off and I'm mindful of time, so I'm not going to go through all of them. I will like to deal with the issue of noise from my perspective, though. I just want to make it clear from my perspective that when we deal with noise issues sometimes, and I have been involved in other local governments where entertainment noise is a particular issue, in trying to address the noise issue actually protects the operator. Not only protects the amenity of the neighbours, but it actually protects the operator, because planning approval aside, the environmental noise regulations exist under separate legislation which already apply to the racecourse. And already, if somebody was of a mind to make a noise complaint about the current operation, and certainly if it intensifies, then make a noise complaint about that, the officers are currently compelled to act against that, to send out noise monitors to deal with the issue under the noise regs, and that creates a risk for the operator. So the way I see it is, this is not trying to curtail or contain or minimize what's able to be done. It's about creating some boundaries to help protect the industry and the operation from a complaint under separate legislation which the officers are bound to act on. This, to me, is about trying to design the new operation to minimize noise impacts, to protect the operator from those complaints. So I have no issue with the noise issues that are being raised in the report, because, again, the city's officers are not introducing anything that doesn't already apply to this site. It does. It already applies. All they're doing is trying to protect the operator from future complaints, and trying to protect and manage the amenity of the neighbours so that they can coexist and protect the longevity of the operation. So I'm comfortable with that from my perspective. The only way to change that is to create a different special zone over this site, where you change the whole scheme and you change the noise regs, and you get a whole bunch of ministers to try and resolve that. It's a complex process, and it may be something in future to protect the operations of the racecourse that needs to be looked at, because without something like that, you can't alter the noise regs that already apply to the site. So it's a complex piece of work, and that would be subject to a very large consultation process on a number of fronts. But in relation to this before us, I don't think anything's being imposed here that's not going to protect the operator and the neighbours. All right, I would like to revert back to the mover to close on the primary motion. Actually did. Thank you very much for that. I would like to move a couple of very minor amending motions, and I'll do these very quickly. Amendment to condition 4 to insert the word thereafter ahead of the wording and implemented to the satisfaction of the city. And that is just so that we can be very clear when the implementation needs to occur, because that's open to interpretation at the minute. Do I have a seconder for that amendment? Thank you, Member Hyde. Is there any opposition to that amendment? All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Similarly to condition 6, an amendment, it relates to the lighting plan, to add the word thereafter ahead of the words implemented to the satisfaction of the City of Belmont for the same reason. Do I have a seconder? Thank you. Is there any opposition to that amendment? All those in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. I would like to propose an amendment to delete condition 8, requiring the applicant to lodge a request to amend the management order. My reasoning is it's more appropriate for the city to pursue this, in my view, especially given the recommendation for approval of the development. Do I have a seconder for that amendment? No? That amendment is then lost. Amendment to condition 10 to delete reference to plans that have been approved by the city. Simple reason is that is not accurate. So simply removing words that refer to plans that have already been approved. Do I have a seconder for that amendment? Thank you, Member Hyde. Any opposition to that amendment? All those in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. And then a minor tidy up to condition 15 to refer to initiatives rather than incentives, just to clarify exactly what needs to be implemented. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Member Hyde. Any opposition to that amendment? Good. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. I now revert to the primary motion as amended. I have nothing further to add, so hand back to the mover to close debate.
Presiding member, just before I take the right of reply, I have noticed that there is reference in condition 20 to waste management times and to align with the moved by councillors. Can I suggest that we amend that wording to it is the third dot point. Do you want to do that through amending motion?
Let's deal with that as an amending motion. Anyone want to second that as an amendment? Thank you, Member Arias. Anyone wish to speak in opposition to that?
Condition 20, the third dot point, has the waste collection time, which, because we've moved for condition 21 to
Oh, I see. It's got the same
9,
thing
I'm
there.
just trying to make it consistent.
Is everybody happy with that minor amendment? All those in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously.
Thank you for that. So look, briefly to wrap up, I hear the elected members and their concerns around noise, but I do concur with the presiding member that what we have in particularly condition 20, and if it mentions the Environmental Protection Noise Regulations 1997 once, it mentions them about 5 or 6 times. It's drawing attention to the fact that there is broader legislation that deals with environmental noise, and it's not introducing anything new. It's simply a reminder that in preparing the relevant technical documents that the applicant and further down the time frame as this is operational, that those things need to be considered and consistent. And I think because, you know, the noise regulations also tend to take account of the ambient noise, the background noise, other things that are going on. And then there's a measure above and beyond that as to what is acceptable. And it sits within the context of this area being for the purpose of horse racing and stabling, etc. So I don't believe the way that this set of conditions is worded places undue or over restriction over and above what is already clearly part of the current management process for folk in this area and the industry itself. So, but that said, I'm still comfortable with supporting some very thorough amendments to satisfy and to clarify what we expect of this development going forward. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, it is now time to vote on the primary motion recommending approval subject to all the amendments that this panel has already agreed to. Let's put the recommendation to a vote by of hands. All those in favour? That is 3 against. 3 votes to 2. Thank you. The motion is carried. We are not done with the racecourse. This item requires a dual approval today. We've just dealt with the local government's part of the process and we'll now deal with the WAPC part of the process. There aren't any additional presentations as part of this process because the previous presentations are relevant here too, and all previous debate is relevant here too. We do, however, have Manisha Wallace and Delia Negley with us who are representing the WAPC. Delia, I'm going to ask if there are any questions of you in a minute, but is there anything you wish to briefly summarise at this point that relates to your part of the process only?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My only comments are the RA, our RA clearly outlines what our regional considerations were. Only the matters associated with the Swan and Canning Rivers Management Act Development Control Area merited conditions, and the wording of our conditions 2 to 8 reflects that, being to the specifications of DBCA who represents the Swan River Trust. We consider 3 of the conditions do have overlap with the local planning scheme conditions. And following on from the discussion regarding the city's RA, I would suggest that we could consider expanding those 3 conditions to include on the advice of the City of Belmont, as they don't currently do so. Those conditions being 3, 5, and 6, the integrated water management plan, which would relate to condition 31 of stormwater in the cities under the LPS determination. Condition 5 for the CMP relating to heritage specifically, that relates to condition 11 of the LPS, the local planning scheme, and condition 6, the landscaping plan, which relates to the cities, the LPS condition 5. I would suggest that the condition do CMP, condition 4 sediment and erosion control plan, and conditions 7 and 8 that relate to pool water and preventing damage to the foreshore are very much DBCA matters that don't necessarily require oversight of the city. That's our recommendation. So open to any questions. Anything I can't answer, I'll defer to Manisha, who was the assessing officer, myself being the planning manager.
Thank you very much. We'll move to questions of the officers. Councillor Mayor Rossi, any questions of the WAPC? No. Councillor Marks, any questions of the Commission? No. Any other members have questions of the Commission? Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms Nigley. You actually suggested in your R13 response rewording of condition 5. Is that something that you still would recommend?
Pardon me. Yes, absolutely. We would stand by that rewording. The regulation 13 gave us an opportunity to look a bit more specifically at that condition and how it related to the city's condition 40. And I think in regard to the discussion today, I would go further and suggest an additional addition to add the words on the advice of the City of Belmont in there as well.
Thank you very much. That's the only question I had.
Any other questions of the Commission officers? No? All right, let's move to the Commission's responsible authority report then. Can I seek a mover and seconder for the recommendation in the RA as currently printed to put it on the table? Anyone wish to move? Member Hyde, thank you. Seconded. Member Arias, thank you very much. Member Hyde, do you wish to speak?
I just think it's important to distinguish the different levels of assessment and approval that is provided. This being at the Metropolitan Region scheme level, it's much broader, and it involves the Commission actually coordinating inputs from other agencies around the state, and it's very much looking at matters of a regional significance. I'm comfortable with the proposal and the RAR, as I've previously stated. I would like, though, to pick up on our conversation and presentation advice just there to make an en bloc amending motion, please. And that would be to replace the wording of condition 5 as currently presented with the wording that has been provided by the officers of the Commission in their R13 response, and also in that conditions 3 reworded 5 and condition 6 to insert the words on the advice of the city, which would come, I think, after Department of Biodiversity Conservation and Attractions, and yes,
Right.
on all 3 of those, please.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Darius, do you wish to speak?
Yeah, look, I think it provides clarity, and given the changes that the panel made in relation to the earlier item, I think it makes sense to include references to New Belmont.
Right. Thank you very much. We're now voting on that amendment only. Does anybody have any issues or wish to speak against that amendment before we proceed to the vote? All right, all those in favour of that amendment? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We revert now to the primary motion. Do you wish to speak any further to that? No. Seconder?
Thank you, Presiding Member. I made reference to the planning framework earlier, and comments now relate to the state framework. The site is predominantly zoned private recreation, and the uses proposed reflect that, and reflects the historical use of the site for racecourse. So from that perspective, I think it's appropriate. Clause 31 of the region scheme provides a bit of guidance into all the decision makers in terms of what elements should be considered, which include the purpose of the zone or reservation, and in this case, private recreation, which is an appropriate, the uses proposed reflect that. It also talks about amenity and the conditions. Whilst there potential for amenity impacts, I think the conditions proposed will mitigate what those amenity impacts. So based on those sort of considerations, I think their uses are appropriate and can be managed. And the final thing, which is to go before the Commission shortly, is the draft structure plan. Given the advanced nature of that, I think, and the guidance provided in the structure plan, the decision maker needs to give it due regard, and my view is significant due regard, and therefore happy to support her on that basis.
Thank you. Mayor Rossi, would you like to speak for or against the primary motion in the WAPC report? No? Councillor Marx? No? All right, I too have nothing to add. I think it's all been covered. Would the mover like to? All right. Okay, now we're going to revert to the primary motion as captured in the report with some amendments. Let's put the recommendation to a vote by show of hands. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Moving then on to item 4 in the agenda, Form 2 applications. There are for the City of Belmont today. Item 5, Section 31, SAT reconsiderations, also nil. With that, I say a big thank you to Mayor Robert Rossi and Councillor Phil Marks, our local government DAP members for the City of Belmont, for their attendance and participation. We're going to now move into part 3 of the agenda, but I just wanted to check with members whether you would like a 2-minute comfort break. I would, please. All right, let us move to adjourn the meeting for a couple of minutes. Seconded. All those in favour? Right, let's take a 2-minute comfort break and we'll be back.
Good afternoon, City of South Perth and Richard. It's Ashley from the DAP Secretariat. Just confirm you can hear me okay?
He won't be here, but we'll have a quorum.
Thank you.
Yep, go. All right, we reopen the meeting at 11:56 a.m. and I thank everybody for your patience, those who have been waiting inside and those who have been waiting outside. That took slightly longer than we anticipated, but we are back on it. So we're moving now to Part C, which deals with the City of South Perth. For the City of South Perth part of the agenda, I'd like to welcome Councillor Glenn Cridland, our local government member. He's not in the room at the minute, and I'll explain why in a second, but he will be part of the discussions more broadly. Item 1, declaration of due consideration. Panel members need to have considered all the documentation contained within Part C of the agenda and Part C related information. Could I please have confirmed by a show of hands that all members have considered? Thank you. Disclosures of interest. I have received a declaration of interest from our local government member, Councillor Cridland, for item 3.1. Councillor Cridland advises he has had prior business dealings with the builder for the proposal and is of the view that this might create the perception that this could compromise his ability to be impartial on the matter. Given the nature of the declaration received from Councillor Cridland, I have agreed with him that it is best that he does not participate in debate and decision making on this item. He will therefore be out of the room for item 3.1, but he will come back into the room for item 3.2. I've also received a declaration of impartiality interest from the Deputy Presiding Member, who is to my left, Karen Hyde, in relation to item 3.2. Taylor Burrell Barnett lodged a submission on the application on behalf of a group of landowners during the consultation period. Member Hyde was previously employed by TBB but was not involved in this matter at all. And in addition, the key issue raised in the submission has been addressed via changes to the plans. I've looked at Member Hyde's consideration or declaration of interest and determined she should be able to participate in the meeting. No other disclosures of interest have been received. Do any other members wish to make any declarations of interest? None? All right. Moving on then to Form 1 DAP applications. Item 3.1, lots 1 and 2, 13 and 13A, Stone Street, South Perth, 8 multiple dwellings. We've got 4 presenters on this item today. We have Chris Pratt, a local resident, speaking against the recommendation in the report. We have Richard Pace, who we have online, also a local resident, speaking against the recommendation in the report. We have Lance Smith from Duomark speaking in favour of the recommendation in the report, and Tom Hockley from Allarding and Associates speaking in favour of the recommendation in the report. All presenters, I remind you that in accordance with clause 4.82 of the DAP Standing Orders 2024, presentations today are limited to 3 minutes. We've read all the written documentation that has been provided, so I encourage you to focus on the key points you want to get across in those 3 minutes. And I will let you know when you're close to time and ask you to wrap up. After that period, panel members will be invited to ask you any questions they have. Chris Pratt, would you like to come forward?
Sorry, there's no one from South Perth here.
Yes, I'm sorry too.
Me and Richard. I'm not getting paid for this exercise, so thank you for your time. We starting?
When you start, yes.
Thank you for your time. and indulging us. You have a written statement with my request to be heard. So I'll leave that for you to read. The state made a promise to our local community. If we were to suffer all tall buildings in our neighbourhood, they would have to be of outstanding quality. These quality standards are in Appendix 1 of the South Perth Activity Centre Plan as part of the South Perth Planning Scheme. They were prepared by the Office of the State Architect. They are detailed, comprehensive, and there is little, if anything, that is not defined. They are the law. For the height concession that this development seeks, it must meet all the requirements for design excellence, capital D, capital E. For any professional practitioner in this area, there is no interpretation required. However, the Design Review Panel and the City of South Perth's planning officers have sought to deceive and mislead you through their simple design summation.
Sorry, I'll pause your time. I think we just need to be a little bit careful about
with the language.
Please, as
The
well.
language is intentional.
Right. Well, I have cautioned you to be careful, so that's on the
That's
record.
all right. You can put it on record that I've been cautioned. All right. Overall, and for the majority of principles, the proposal has elevated itself to the point where the sum of combined benefits of the design changes amount to a project that satisfies the requirements of design excellence. All sounds great, but look behind these words and you'll find the evidence of their disregard for all the requirements of the design excellence and the perfectly obvious non-conformances. They appear to have been of the view that they had discretion to apply requirements or not. I'm not sure where they came to that view. They only ever refer to good design requirements and then give generalised opinions about design excellence, and never quote or refer to the actual planning scheme requirements for design excellence. Their summation is intended to mislead and deceive you and the community. I make specific and particularised reference to and examples of their failings in my written submission. The proposal, in summary, does not meet the exacting standards of design excellence defined and codified by the state. Please do not allow a depreciation of what was promised to our community. Please do not allow our built environment and our local community to be harmed. Please deny the application.
Thank you, Mr. Pratt. You're right on time.
I know I am.
We will open for questions. Panel members, we're only dealing with the panel members in the room. I'm looking for the others. There are only 3 of us for this item. Do you have any? I have some questions of Mr. Pratt, but do you have any questions?
No, it was a comprehensive presentation that we received. Thank you.
Okay. I have a couple of questions, if that's okay. In looking at your submission that you gave us, it appeared that the key issues, you were challenging the quality and process of assessment and questioning the achievement of design excellence. But your submission also includes a paragraph that states the development drastically and adversely impacts on the amenity of neighbouring properties, whether you consider shading sightlines or people peering into each other's living rooms, neighbours' amenity is terribly impacted. So can I just, and I'd note your qualifications that you've cited and your experience. So given that, do you acknowledge that shading and privacy were not identified as issues as they relate to the underlying planning framework?
Those items were specifically shading was not. It's dealt with in other areas of planning requirements.
Okay. And the amenities.
I think, sorry, the qualification I put to that is what you consider amenity and an intelligent mitigation of adverse impacts to amenity.
So,
And I would consider that those things are within that definition.
okay, so on that issue, are you saying those impacts will be felt by the Scott Street residents that you say you're representing, or in general terms?
Sorry, the Scott Street people that I represent, apart from myself, are those within my apartment group, which is on the corner of Scott and Stone Street. However, the height concession elements of the apply to the full length of Scott Street, including across the street from us.
Okay, so just back on the amenity impact on the Scott Street residents, what do you feel the actual amenity impact on those residents that you're representing? What is the amenity impact from your?
Well, numerous, but the highlights to me have been, and which is on the colleague and neighbour up the street, who is most affected, perhaps. He's shown me what he's going to say. But Stone Street is a fairly narrow street, 2 lanes, a couple of bits of parking and what have you, quite minimal setbacks, compliant of course. But people like Richard are going to be directly looking into people's living rooms and bedrooms and the like, and vice versa. Their privacy disappears in all of this with a blob in front of them. Well, I don't want to pass comment about my view of the architecture of the building, all right, other than the design excellence, but a blob's a blob.
Thank you for that. Any other questions at this point? No, thank you. Your submission was very thorough.
Thank you very much.
Take your seat. We have the second presenter, Richard Pace, who is online with us today. Richard, you will have 3 minutes and we will get to ask you questions after. Over to you. We can't hear you, Richard.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for me not attending there. As you can hear, I've got a cold this morning. I'm better off being away from everybody. The first thing I'd like to point out is that the information that the design review report that was submitted is incorrect, totally incorrect. The design that the committee sat and evaluated, if you can see there, this does say that the affected balcony area, and it says noting the likely impacted areas located where the structural columns and walls are positioned. Totally incorrect. This building is here, that is 12 Stone Street. It's not designed to scale. This wall of that building is here.
So we're battling to see what you're holding up, but I do want to, and I'll pause this for a second. We're battling to see what you're holding up, all of it, but I do want to just acknowledge that those plans were included in one of the upcoming presenters' submissions, so we are aware of those plans. So you can keep going now.
Okay, it is not to scale. The wall is about, the wall that they're saying impacts on it is about 25 to 30 metres away. That whole building, and you've got a picture of that building and how it impacts on me. Sorry, you're looking at my head, by not looking at my head, is you've got a picture of it, a visual on my submission that I sent the other day. That is a true indication of the impact on myself and the other 26 people in this apartment complex and the next door neighbours in apartment complexes, etc. So on this side of Stone Street, there are many apartments. On the other side, not. Okay. Now, when the zoning was changed a number of years ago to build above 4 or 5 stories, on the only part of the South Perth foreshore, I might note, which is right here, the conditions of design excellence excellence, as Chris noted, were mandatory. I'll talk to intelligently mitigate negative impacts on the amenity of neighbouring properties. We are neighbouring properties. Absolutely nothing or no consideration has been given to us. No consideration, no consultation, nothing. The design they're working on to actually make decisions in the design review committee is totally flawed. It's inappropriate. They haven't put any time into looking at this. And it is true, my bedroom, I'm sitting in on my breakfast bar and my lounge room, look straight into that building.
You're nearing time. You're nearing time, Richard.
Okay, I'll be very quick. Okay. It doesn't deliver exceptional amenity to the public realm. We are public. We are here. We've been South Perth residents and ratepayers for we have not been consulted. The design review panel never considered these very important requires. It will affect this local community area permanently. And this development does not meet any of the conditions. I appreciate your time. Thank you. And again, thank you for allowing me to present online. Thank you.
That's all good, Richard. Do any members have questions of Richard?
No, that's fine.
I have just one quick question of you, Richard, because we did look at the stuff that you prepared for us as well. In my view, in looking at the stuff you've prepared, the key issues were privacy and your views being impacted, and again, the design excellence issue. If the design had achieved, and I'm not saying it hasn't, but in your view, if it had achieved design excellence, if it was so spectacular that you thought, yes, that is design excellence, which then gave the automatic right to the additional height, would that have reduced your concerns about potential loss of privacy and views being impacted?
I wouldn't be, doesn't matter what I think, it complied with the legislation and I would have nowhere to go. I was in Applecross with my brother and he was buying an apartment there, which I would describe as design excellence over there. It was design excellent. It was beautifully done. This is a square box that uses finishes which are ordinary and also deceives everyone on its positioning with the neighbourhood.
Thank you, Richard. And we hope you feel better soon.
Thank you.
All right, next presenter is Lance Smith. Where is Lance? Can you come forward?
I went first before Mr. Smith. Would that be the infection?
Tom.
Yes.
All right. No, that's fine. You can come forward.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So just for the record, we've got Tom Hockley presenting now from Allarding and Associates, speaking in favour of the recommendation in the report. Over to you.
Thank you very much, presiding member and panel, for the opportunity today. Thank you for bringing the presentation up as well. Yes, I'll be presenting in support of the proposal and the officer recommendation. We were given an opportunity to review the draft conditions, and all of which we fully support. We initially commenced planning work on this project 2 years ago, which led to our first engagement with the city's planning officers in June 2023. I'd like to express my appreciation to the city's planning officers in working constructively with us and in administering the planning framework. We realised from the outset that the bar was set high in achieving design excellence to enable a tier 1 building height of 9 stories in this location. The design has been refined through an extensive assessment process comprising a total of 6 design review sessions. And it's positive to note that with the constructive input from the city's design review panel and the perseverance of the design team, the design review panel has confirmed that design excellence has been achieved. The design team has done an excellent job working with the constraints of the site, including a very narrow lot configuration, dual lot frontage, freeway interface and associated setback and visual privacy requirements. The outcome.
Can I say this? I'm sorry for interrupting. The surrounding context.
To interrupt, Richard, I'm sorry. Keep going.
The outcome is a well-considered development with a landscaping and architectural response which draws upon the natural features of the Swan River environment and outlook, including generous western balconies connected to internal living spaces, a large communal space at first floor level, native plantings throughout, secondary balconies on the eastern elevation associated with the master bedrooms provide opportunity for natural ventilation and passive use. In response to the concerns raised today regarding visual privacy from the secondary balconies, these spaces are separated from 12 Stone Street to the east by approximately 30 metres, and for this reason, the proposal is not considered to give rise to diminished visual privacy or amenity outcomes. Despite the narrow lot configuration, the design has achieved largely compliant setbacks, which moderates the form and scale of the building, particularly in the context of the surrounding development in this locality. This is demonstrated in this image here. The immediate surroundings are characterised by substantial multiple dwelling development at various scales, as you can see. In responding to time, Tom. In responding to the future character of the locality, the proposed 9-storey development will transition to substantially higher built form to the east in line with the South Perth City Centre plan. And for these reasons, we seek the DAP support in improving this project, and be happy to take questions from the panel. If there are landscape related questions, I believe we have Andrew Baranowski from Plan E online as well. Thank you.
Panel members, any questions of Tom?
Sorry, just a point of clarification. You would have heard the earlier presenter talk about the plans and how they're incorrect. Can you provide clarity on that issue?
In relation to the view analysis plan? Yeah, so the view analysis plan was based on, I suppose, a scaled model of the proposed development on overlaid on I believe it was a Google Earth. So it was as close to scale as we could get. Plans were obtained from I believe it was realestate.com for 12 Stone Street to the east. So it was intended to provide I suppose a representation of how view corridors past the building are maintained as part of the introduction of the new development within proximity to that neighbouring building. So look, we felt the representation was accurate or accurate enough to provide for demonstration of the achievements of the objectives under the ACP, which call for retention where possible of view corridors past new buildings.
Any questions from you?
Thank you. I'm not sure if it's just to you, Tom, or if else needs to be involved. Wind tunnel effects were mentioned by some objectors. What analysis have you done, and what does it demonstrate?
Look, we haven't dealt with wind tunnels for this particular project, given its given the orientation of the site and the setbacks from existing buildings, particularly to the south. So it wasn't I suppose an aspect that came up through the assessment process, which, as you heard today, was a very rigorous assessment process. We weren't asked to address the wind tunnelling effect in this case.
Overshadowing and privacy concerns, how have you mitigated any of those issues?
With shadowing, obviously the planning framework does not have an overshadowing requirement per se. Work was undertaken to reduce the podium level through the DRP process, which resulted in I suppose a greater setback from the Stone Street end, and that assisted with shadow from to the south partially. With respect to visual privacy, again, one of the key changes as a result of the feedback from DRP was to recess the 2 secondary bedrooms on the northern elevation to achieve the 4.5 metre visual privacy setback. The remainder of the north and south elevations, I believe, are screened, screened and treated with obscure glazing in certain areas. The idea with that was that because the living spaces, the dining room, the living rooms, they orientate to the west, they have clear views of the Swan River, whereas the bedrooms, which are originally designed to be set back 4 metres rather than 4.5, would have been subject to screening requirements, which would have obscured their views outwards. So the idea was that to recess the windows along the northern elevation for those 2 bedrooms on every level, bedrooms would have a clear view outwards to the north, and not feel boxed in, basically.
And in making those changes, what are your minimum dimensions of your bedrooms?
They still exceed sorry.
Okay.
It sounds like architectural questions as well. Hi there, panel members. My name is Lance, and yes, they still exceed the minimum dimensions. They're sitting at the 2 minus bedrooms are sitting at 3.2 by 3.5.
Okay, thank you. What engagement with traditional owners have you had, or will you have moving forward? That might be one for Andrew or yourself.
Yeah, so we lodged an inquiry with the Department of Planning's Aboriginal Heritage team in relation to the proposal, and gave them an overview of what we were proposing to do, including the demolition of the existing building and the construction of the new building. We have received a response from them explaining that a formal assessment isn't required.
Yeah, I understand that, but from a design integration point of view.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, I suppose as part of the landscape and architectural response,
art response. We're engaging it in that respect, but nothing for this particular assessment period, which was the DRP, other than Thomas mentioned that engagement with the
Okay. One of my considerations in looking at the DRP advice it was that they anticipated a level of excellence across all 10 principles, and yet what we have here is a 4-star Green Star. Yeah, one would normally accept that 5-star Green Star qualifies for design excellence. That's generally been the case with anything under SPP 7. What potential is there to improve the sustainable outcomes of this development to 5-star?
Probably answer, or I can start off. Thank you for the question. And look, that was definitely a discussion that came up a few times with the DRP. There was some back and forth in relation to the Green Star standard that was, I suppose.
Sorry, I'll rephrase the question to cut through. I've read all the DRP reports. I know where they've come from in terms of self-assessment, etc. But my question was, what can you do to move from 4 to 5?
Yeah, look, I think based on the budgetary constraints of the project.
No. I'm not interested in your budgetary constraints. I'm interested in what you can physically do to move from 4 to 5.
So as a starting point, we have agreed to a certified, independently certified 4-star Green Star building. In the finalisation of the proposal prior to the RAR, or prior to the conclusion of the assessment and prior to the final DRP assessment, we did look to see what we could do to achieve a greater outcome than the standard 4-star Green Star independently certified outcome. There was two areas that were looked at as part of that. It was the total Nat HERS rating. So we achieved the 7.2 stars, which is above I think the standard 5 or 6, I can't remember which one it was, sorry. And we also introduced additional PV provision on the roof. So we accepted a 45 kilowatt system, whereas previously it was, I believe, 30. So we did look to see how we could edge the
Have you got
sustainability.
EV charging or ducting for?
Yes, we do. We have.
Nothing further from me. Thank you, Presiding Member.
Okay, before I let Lance have a go, and this might end up being a question that Lance answers, but who would have access to the communal office on the ground floor?
All the residents.
All the residents, yeah,
Of the building.
of the building. It wouldn't be a publicly accessible space. Yeah.
Okay. And whilst not something that's mandated, was there any engagement with surrounding residents as part of the design of the proposal?
No.
All right. I think, Lance, if you want to make your deputation now, or your presentation, you've got your 3 minutes.
Would you like me to stay
Might as
here?
well.
Okay.
I think what I will probably add on to this, other than what you've seen through the numerous DRPs, because I think what has been achieved through there was a multiple amount of revisions as well as inputs that has been adopted, is the addressing of the amenity that I feel is almost the most concerning one out of all the deputations heard today, is the amenity of what is being added. And also I think what is initially going to be the first one in Mill Point precinct, this would be essentially the base which future designs would need to start off as a minimum and then increase from there onwards. So it's about adding this amenity initially to this particular Mill Point precinct. I think from a start, the base level that we are trying to achieve over here is one, I think it's a good start for two things. One, we're introducing a typology over here, which otherwise normal apartments would only address a certain type of use. I think what we're trying to, type of end user, sorry. What we're trying to do over here is essentially all 8 dwellings are targeting a family typology, not just necessarily an apartment style, which is single or dual income, but family, and more particularly with the livable housing design guidelines that we're targeting, which is the silver standard. We're looking for an aged in place type of product here, which means this is a residence that will add a diversity level, which is not otherwise a general apartment. Secondly, the level of amenity from the ground floor, at least the public interface, where we've actually got 2 street frontages, both from Melville Parade as well as Stone Street. We've got an extensive amount of landscaping, as well as a really great landscaping design and concept, which was to essentially reintroduce what was once there, both from the Aboriginal input that we've done research into its historic use on this Swan River, which was reinterpreted in the landscape concept. But not only that, but providing over and above the amount of stopping off spaces for the public realm, not just for the occupants of the dwelling. Finally, I think in terms of the narrow lot and the constraints of what would otherwise been allowed for the site, we've managed to reduce what is arguably could have been a really long, lengthy tower, because I do note that you mentioned overshadowing and privacy being another one of those amenity and issues being of concern to us as well, is that the tower in itself has been shortened. It hasn't been stretched out to the full extent of its setbacks from both a east and west point of view. So in terms of the amenities from the north and south, we're not ending up with a really long, elongated building.
You're running close to time.
And finally, I think with the amenity in terms of the privacy of densifying a certain area, other than the setbacks being over 30 meters to that effect from 12 Stone Street to ours, it's at that point where I would probably say it's the secondary balcony that is of concern. It's actually coming off a bedroom. So I think it's not quite a living room space that would be
to draw you to a close.
And thank you for your time. Okay.
It's all right. And for anybody who thinks I'm allowing anybody more time, I'm allowing everybody the same amount of leniency here. All right. Any questions from the panel?
Presiding member, once again, a clarification. You made, I think, in your concluding remarks, a comment about the distance between the adjoining building in terms of privacy. Can you confirm what it is?
Could you just please bring that down? So the current setback requirement for Stone Street is a 5 meter setback towards the tower and an 8 meter setback towards the podium. We've got an 8 meter setback towards the tower in itself. As you can see over there, point here somewhere. There. If this screen box was moved slightly, you'd actually see the distance away. That is a 5 meter setback line over there. That's an 8 meter setback line there. Our tower could go to that level and still be considered compliant. That's why I was saying the reduction in the tower's width. This is also a bedroom, a master bedroom, which is not going to have its major views towards the east, but more towards the city, which is towards the north. I think from that specific distance, that's what was the concern in terms of privacy from one property to another. That's what I was trying to say is the increase in setback that we've actually allowed from the Stone Street side.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just one for Mr. Baranowski, if he's online, please.
No, he's not online.
He's not, okay. Then I will ask you. You've got quite a lot of on-structure landscape, and that was regarded as satisfactory. But how will you maintain that? This is a exposed, area with wind and salt. How will that landscape work, and how will it work towards softening the building and providing a good interface? Because I also note that some of your privacy screening as such includes trailing plants.
That is actually a really good question for Mr. Baranowski. I would probably say that in terms of meeting the requirement, the on-site, the on-structure planting is well and truly over and above what is required, because we already met all the deep soil area requirement on the ground floor, both being facing Stone Street as well as Marble Parade, as well as on our site itself. So that in itself could have stopped there, but we've extended it further into the on structure, not just on the first floor level, but actually up going along Stone Street at multiple points along the balconies. If we could just pull that up.
That's okay. That's okay. I've got the same plans in front of me.
And also on the elevation, because I think Stone Street is actually really softened up with that level of on-structure planting on the multiple balustrades. So to answer you exactly how it will be maintained and which plant types will be used, Mr. Baranowski will be able to best explain what is going to be as part of his plant selections. But in essence, that is well and truly over and above the deep soil. So it'd probably be something a bit more water-wise and be more hardier.
Thank you. Kathy.
Thank you. We might actually put that question to the city officers to ask how they'll ensure through their landscaping plans that happens. Okay, moving, that's a good segue. We have some of our local government officers with us today online, and I've got the names of Fiona Mullen. I can't really see in any great detail who's sitting in the room. Fiona Mullen, Scott Van Ireland, and Stephen Piazzi with us today. So apologies to the fourth person whose name I don't have. We are pushed for a time, and we do have a few questions of you, but I might give you also just a couple of minutes to respond to anything that may have come through in the other presentations ahead of questions. Can you hear me? City of South Perth officers, can you hear us? Yes. Right. Do you wish to make any comments before we ask you questions? We can't hear you.
Fiona an email.
We've just sent you an email. If you can have a quick look, please.
So could talk to us through the laptop.
It's in a different room today, so I'm not sure if that's.
Do you have questions for the local government? What we think about sustainability and that landscape?
You all hear us?
Fiona's just said they're just trying to adjust the microphone.
Yokes.
To try a laptop now.
Telephone.
City of South Perth, should we do this? Are we able to do it via telephone?
I can call them on Teams.
I'm gonna try and call you on Teams so that at least we can hear you. We can see you, but at least we'll be able to hear you.
Fiona, it's Ashley. Are you able to send me your mobile number or a number that I can call you on?
Try to push it back.
Yeah, you can give it a try. Just call one.
Hello, Fiona. Do you have sound now, South Perth?
Can you hear us through the system now?
Yes, yay.
Yes.
Okay, let's keep going. We are moving right ahead. So you would have heard what I had to say. We're going to pick up with you. You've got a very brief couple of minutes to add anything you wish to add before we ask you questions. So over to you.
In the interest of time, we'll probably just go straight to questions.
We're happy to do that. Panel members, questions for the city officers?
Clarification of the process with the DRP. There's been some suggestion that perhaps the consideration hasn't been completely transparent. Can you just provide a quick overview of who was involved and what sort of considerations DRP made?
Yes, certainly. So the proposal has gone through 6 DRP meetings, including, I believe, 2 pre-lodgement meetings with the city before the application was formally received. As part of the DRP meetings, they are not a publicly available meeting. They are attended by the applicants, the panel members of the DRP themselves, and the members of the city and the applicants. So in terms of how they were conducted in this case, with all proposals that are within the South Perth Activity Centre plan, the panel are given a copy of the South Perth Design Excellence Guide as contained as an attachment to the South Perth Activity Centre Plan, and instructed to provide guidance based upon the Design Excellence Guide in their consideration. They are also given instruction as to the value and the importance of the input they provide in determining whether a proposal has in fact achieved design excellence and what that entails in relation to a proposal. The city then takes the advice that is received by the design review panel and is guided by that advice in determining as to whether an application has or has not achieved design excellence, and then the framework is applied based upon that advice from the panel. But they are an advisory body of the city which help us inform the design guidance from the panel.
Just as a follow-up before I hand back to Member Arias, how common is it for a proposal to be referred to your panel 6 times?
Not common at all. This has been a very lengthy design review process. Most of the applications that go through the design review panel go between normally about 2 to 4 times. It's quite rare that a application will exceed that.
Okay, and because there is some contention that there is disagreement with where you've landed on design excellence, how comfortable are you with where the panel landed in terms of your own professional view of adherence to the 10 principles?
We're definitely informed by the panel in terms of providing design guidance on the architectural merit of a proposal. We do have quite a comprehensive panel with quite a large volume of experience in that. In terms of the city forming its own view, we look at it in terms of applications that we have received and are guided by previous judgments prepared by the DAP as well, including a recent proposal C6, in terms of what has been previously considered to be design excellence and the standards that are upheld in achieving that. So in this circumstance, considering the rigorous design review process it's gone through, the advice the city has received from the design review panel, and based upon previous applications and experience, we do believe this proposal has achieved design excellence in this case.
Thank you. Back to you, Member Arias.
Thank you. Thank you for that comment. The RAR talks about the local context, and if you could perhaps elaborate on that in terms of what exists and what's proposed or approved in terms of multi-dwellings in that locality.
Yeah, certainly. So as part of the attachments to the RAR, there is an aerial image and a zoning map. As part of that, if you've had the opportunity to review, there are a significant number of multiple dwellings on Scott Street and Stone Street in proximity to the site. This will form one of the first multiple dwelling proposals coming through that interfaces with Melbourne Parade, with the exception of just to the south of the development site in terms of where it is. So from a technical perspective, we call this a transitional site going through a period of transition where developers and lots do look to redevelop their sites based upon the development potential envisaged by the South Perth Activity Centre Plan. But this would be one of the first proposals coming through to capitalise on the full extent of the redevelopment potential under the city's current planning scheme in this area. So in terms of a broad overview, there is a mixture at the moment of single houses, group dwellings and multiple dwellings in this area, but the city's overall vision is for a higher density pocket consisting predominantly of residential, with a body of that being multiple dwellings.
Okay, just adding to that, the RAR I think mentions a 27-storey development and an 18-storey development. Where do they sit in relation to this site?
So in relation to this site exactly, so Stone Street is kind of a barrier in terms of a transitional site. So the actual strip that this site is contained in has a maximum 9-storey height limit, which is available. So discretionary height exists to the east of Stone Street up to a maximum of 27 stories, including number 12 Stone Street, for example, with the site, that entire street block. And then to the immediate south of the street block, just before the Kanana Freeway on-ramp, there is a single parent lot which has a 18-storey permissible height limit. That interfaces with some of the larger scale developments, including Civic Heart, which have a very high 23 and an uncapped height potential. So this is part of a tiering effectively in terms of the height as you go south. The heights are permissible and higher, into 20 and 30 stories permissible. And as you head north, the maximum story permissible limit drops to 5 stories.
Thank you.
Thank you. Karen High speaking. I asked the applicant about the sustainability strategy and the conditions because the DRP commenced their review stating that all 10 principles need to be achieved at a design, what they regarded to be a design excellence standard, and yet we have a 4-star green star here, which is generally not regarded to be design excellence. Rather 5-star green star would be, and the way that the condition is worded at the moment, there's no acceptance of a supplementary equivalent standard, and the applicant has talked about that as 7.2. Would you support a rephrasing of condition 23 and 24 to require 5-star green star?
Whilst the city would have no objection to increasing the minimum standard in terms of sustainability in relation to the proposal, in the review of this site and on the advice of the city's sustainability consultants for the design review panel, it was seen that a 4-star certified committed to outcome was a very positive and above industry standard and general expectations for development of this scale. Being 8 multiple dwellings in terms of where it sits. That was seen as in the certification and commitment to that 4-star was seen as part of their design excellence criteria, rather than just an equivalency standard which comes through. We do note that the applicant has also provided a larger than standard volume of landscaping on site, provision for EV charging, and a significant sustainability initiative in terms of the 45 kilowatt solar on the roof of the site. These elements combined together led the city to be satisfied that this has achieved above what we'd ordinarily expect as good design, achieving design excellence in relation to sustainability on this site. But I would also probably refer to the applicant in terms of any amended condition of requiring a 5-star green star certified outcome.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. And you led me then to condition 21 and 22, talking about landscape. Both you and the applicant have talked about them going above and beyond the DSA area, and the illustrations and plans obviously show quite a lot on structure. Unfortunately, their landscape architect hasn't been available. These conditions require the landscape to be maintained for the lifetime of the development to your satisfaction. Have you been advised how the proposal will achieve that?
Thank you. So the landscape proposal includes landscaping of both communal spaces and exclusive use areas for each dwelling. So it is the city's been informed that the landscape of the communal spaces will be managed and maintained by the strata body of the building itself and maintained to an appropriate standard. The city can obviously review and ensure compliance has been achieved in relation to that. In terms of the areas of exclusive use, I believe that will be part of the strata agreement with landowners of the property, which the city has also been advised. There is also a condition, I believe, relating to landscaping that requires it to be maintained in perpetuity. So if there is an issue relating to that, the city can complete compliance action in probably the first instance with the strata body as part of that proposal. We do note that the areas that are landscaped are accessible for residents, and they have included, for example, the screening gaps in that to provide maintenance of the landscaping. So we do not believe there's any areas of landscape that would have difficulty for servicing or replacement of plants should they die and need replacing or maintenance on a regular basis.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, we are then going to move to the report in front of us in the agenda. Can I seek a mover and seconder for the recommendation in the report? Anyone wish to move the recommendation? Thank you, Doris. Anyone wish to second? I'll second. Thank you. Would you like to speak?
Thank you. Can I say, as a preface to the reason for supporting it, it seems that building height is probably one of the most controversial matters that we, as a DAP panel, we deal with, and we deal with it frequently in all areas around Perth and, in fact, in regional areas. So it is a matter that is difficult to deal with. I accept that residents that adjoin these developments are legitimately concerned about impacts, but the planning framework is something that we need to address, and one of the reasons for supporting it. In terms of the City of South Perth town planning scheme, Greek dwellings are permitted, and that provides a framework for approval. The centre zone, I think, implies a certain intensity of development. And my view is that what's proposed is not inconsistent with that level of intensity. There's been significant discussion about the design review panel, and it is unusual in my experience that the panel might meet 5 or 6 times for a development. I would also say that, once again, from my experience, that design review panels don't issue a conclusion of design excellence lightly. It's something that they take seriously, and I have no reason to question why, in this case, it is a genuine conclusion. I also note that the city, the responsible authority, has come to the same conclusion that it does meet design excellence. I do note that there are submitters that don't share that view. Also, they don't share the view that the building has a degree of taste, and I think that's a very personal thing. It's no different to art. It's really in the eye of the beholder. So, which leads me to whether there is discretion. In my view, there is discretion, and the design excellence component provides scope to do that. I asked a question to the city's officers about the context, and quite clearly, whilst immediately adjoining the site, there may be lower density development or lower height. In close proximity, there is substantial higher development, and there was reference to 27 stories and 18. And I accept that this precinct does provide scope for a transition to those high density developments. So on the basis that I'm prepared to support the RAR recommendation for approval, I think it's well reasoned and consistent with the planning framework.
Thank you. A seconder.
Thank you. Yes, I concur with the majority of what Mr. Arias has said. I think this proposal is certainly within its context regarding land use and the residential typology. And certainly the materiality has taken its cues from a number of other developments nearby. In terms of its contribution to the community, obviously the scheme enables a cash contribution, which is what has been proposed for this. And certainly I respect that there is a good commitment to livable housing standards, which again, in terms of the broader community and that being able to age in place or live with a level of mobility issue is a good contribution to the broader community's needs. Similarly with the landscape, the planting of street trees, etc. I'm satisfied from the response I heard from local government that there is the ability to enforce or ensure that the landscape on structure, which is a big selling point of this proposal, can be maintained for the life of the development. In terms of the height and the issue of design excellence, the city has appointed a panel of people, architects, landscape architects, sustainability assessors who are regarded as experts in their field. So they meet and discuss and agree an outcome, and that collaborative approach, I think, needs to be respected. As Mr. Arias has said, this has been through 6 separate assessments in order to seriously contemplate what it means to have design excellence, and I'm prepared to accept the city's design review panel opinion on that basis. And certainly there is discretion on matters such as setback, which I think have been satisfied, and consideration has been given to proximity and interface with surrounding properties. The development's generally well articulated and proportional, and certainly integrated into the streetscape. There were some opinions around views of significance, and I was satisfied with the assessment that the city had done in that respect, that obviously this is an area in transition, an area where change is likely to occur, but nonetheless access to views are still afforded whilst changed, and work has been done to ensure that the narrowness of the built form enables that to be maintained. I do, however, have a concern around the sustainability strategy, and I would therefore like to propose an amending motion to replace in both conditions 23 and 24 the reference to 4-star Green Star certified to 5-star Green Star certified.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? I will second that then. Do you wish to speak further to that?
Look, I take the lead on that from the design review panel, who were consistently trying to ensure that all 10 principles that they were assessing this development against achieved a level of design excellence. Industry generally regards 5-star to achieve that. I've heard what the officer has said, and I understand that there might be some budgetary constraints from the applicant's point of view, but in terms of the planning context, I think it is important to strive for that level, and to demonstrate that in the change that is occurring in South Perth, at the highest possible level of sustainability relevant to design excellence can be embedded in future proposals.
Thank you. As seconder, I don't have anything to add to that. I think you've explained that well. I think we need to be careful when looking at design excellence that we do make sure that we can hand on heart say that it has been achieved. So I think this amendment would ensure that that is the case. So I have nothing further to add. Do you wish to speak on it? Wish to close? All right. All those in favour of that amendment? Carried unanimously. Anything else you wish to add as seconder?
No, I'm happy to leave it there. Thank you, Presiding Member.
All right. I will speak very briefly. I'm mindful of time. Before I do, there's a very, very minor tidy up amendment I'd like to move. There's duplication in condition 32 regarding the timing of the section 17 notification. I propose that we just delete the last paragraph, which simply repeats the first. Do I have a seconder for that amendment?
Thank you.
Anyone in opposition? All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Reverting to the primary motion, I acknowledge that there will be impact on adjoining residents, particularly on the views they currently have. And I understand why they wouldn't want these views altered. However, I'm satisfied that the issue of and the tests for views of significance have been thoroughly considered, and I think they are well justified in the report. In relation to the additional height being sought and the issue of design excellence, this is sometimes a contentious issue because design excellence is not an exact science and it's not an easy tick box assessment. It is somewhat of a subjective matter, and we rely on credentialed professionals in the art of building design to share their expertise with us on the issue. We've been provided with all the design review reports, and in reviewing these myself, I'm satisfied that subject to the amendment that we have already passed, design excellence would have been achieved as defined by SBP 7.0. Other matters like traffic, parking, waste management, noise, and other provisions like setbacks have been appropriately assessed, and the RA rightly concludes that the proposal aligns with the relevant planning framework subject to conditions. So there's really no reason in my mind for this application to be refused. That is all from me. With the mover like to close? Anything additional to add?
Presiding member, no further comment. Happy to close debate.
Thank you. All right, let's put that motion subject to those amendments to a vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you for that. Before we move to item 3.2, we need to swap out a couple of panel members. So panel member Arias will be leaving us, and we have Councillor Cridland, please, for item 3.2. To go? Yeah. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Moving to item 3.2, lot 31, number 97, South Perth, Glenard, South Perth, proposed 7 multiple dwellings, and welcome to Councillor Cridland, who has joined us for this item. We have 3 presenters on this. We've dealt with your declaration as part of the previous.
Thank you.
But I do need to ask you, which is a very good point, thank you. I do need you to confirm whether or not you have duly considered all the information.
I have.
Excellent, thank you. All right, we have 3 presenters on item 3.2 today. We have Jerry Kershaw, a local resident, speaking against the recommendation in the report. Mark Aronson from March Architects speaking in favour of the recommendation in the report, and Tom Hockley stays with us from Allarding and Associates speaking in favour of the recommendation in the report. Presenters, I remind you again that in accordance with clause 482 of the DAP Standing Orders 2024, presentations are limited to 3 minutes. We've read all the documentation you provided, so please focus only on the key points you'd like to get across within the time frame. I will let you know when you're close to time. Panel members will be invited to ask questions after your presentation. Right, Jerry Kershaw, would you like to come and talk to us?
already.
Right, over to you.
I'm a director on the board at Darley Heights, and I'm representing our shareholders. Our building is located directly behind the development and is the most adversely affected by the significant height of the proposed building, effectively 2 floors higher than the most recently constructed adjacent buildings. We submitted our objections on December 23rd, 24. We were not given the statutory notice of 14 days. The first 3 floors of Darley Heights will lose a significant part of its views and will have the proposed structure centred across the balconies. At a meeting with planning in December, we questioned the designation of the semi-basement as not constituting a floor when it was clearly almost entirely above ground at the waterfront elevation, effectively making it 6 and not 5 floors. This, we were told, was based on where levels were taken from. There was no mention of the volume of basement underground being the criteria that determines what constitutes a floor. We've only just been told that. We are situated in a unique topographical part of the Esplanade. It is the only part where the land slopes up steeply, defining this section of the Esplanade and giving it the character suggested in the description, hillside character area. Allowing buildings taller than those adjacent will render the landscape almost invisible. The existing 4 stories allow for the hillside to be seen and for the buildings to graduate upward following the steep slope of the landscape. Even 5 floors would be considerably less intrusive than 6. At 22.5 metres, exceeding the previous height limit by 5 metres, this will set a precedent, potentially encouraging the next developers to ask that even this height be increased. We would ask that further consideration is given to the basement and what seems an unreasonable determination that it should not be included in the 5 permitted floors when it is clear that by any reasonable standard it does constitute a floor. To go from 17 to 22.5 metres is unreasonable. It is damaging to the topography and landscape as well as extremely detrimental to long-term residents and ratepayers. We note in the report emailed to us on Friday, which most of us could not open, it was 1,500 pages long, that the tree to the right of our building is regarded as an existing impediment to the view. This is fanciful to say the least. The tree is pruned yearly, a tree that's under threat, by the way, and the city can be easily seen through the gaps in branches and foliage. It is nonsense to suggest this somehow negates our claim on grounds that the proposed building will be in front of the tree and therefore pose no greater loss of view. Am I allowed to just show?
You can, but you're nearing time, so I'll ask you to wrap up.
I'm done, yeah, no, that's fine. That's the tree. As you can see, it's not a solid block. You can see through it. And that roughly represents what the building would be, which obviously you can't see through. The only other thing I'd like to say is we've been hampered by very little information and by given no warning of this or very little before Christmas. Some people didn't receive notification until after Christmas, when we were required to submit by the 23rd of December. Apart from the fact that we didn't get much time, it was Christmas. So we've been very much disadvantaged, and we are just that one building, the most impacted.
Thank you. Members, Councillor Cridlin, do you have any questions of this presenter?
No, I don't.
I just wanted to check, I think I picked up on a comment you weren't given a 14-day notice. Is that so? Do you want to explain that a little bit more to me?
Well, when I went to deliver my objection on the 23rd, first of all, I was told I couldn't do that. It had to be done online. And I said, well, I'm here because I only had literally a few days. Some people didn't get notification at all until after Christmas. And I was told, well, those are the rules. You can't leave it here today. I managed to get permission to do that from Steve De Piazzi. And when I suggested that, I mean, obviously these letters were posted out on the 7th of December, I think. So they would have just made 14 days, but not at Christmas. So I said, well, it was Christmas. And I said, well, that's not really a surprise to anyone, but we didn't get them. I think I got mine on the 13th. Okay. So, and also the latest one on Friday, we received the emailed report, which, as I say, we were unable to open because it was 1,500 pages long. And that alerted us to, well, one thing about the tree, which had never emerged before, and also this way of determining what constitutes a basement, which is not what we were told at the council meeting. And we're amateurs.
Thank you for your answer.
Okay.
Any other questions? So just a quick question from myself, and this is the information, not that was in the key agenda itself, but the supplementary information that was uploaded afterwards. There was some information in there provided by the applicant about the development potential of the rear parcel. If that is to be developed, the fact that it would have.
Are you talking about Darley Heights?
The parcel of land where the easement runs through, so the rear of the block. So that shows the potential of development of that piece of land and the impact that that would have had. Have you had a look at that?
That can't be developed.
Oh,
sorry, that's my understanding.
It is a question I do have for.
Yeah, no, there's nothing built beyond that point. Although there is a bridge described in the plans for some sort of entertainment area. We weren't objecting to that anyway.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Right, our next presenter is Mark Aronson from March Architects. Mark, you have your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. So my name is Mark Aronson. I'm presenting in support of the proposal and officer recommendation. Good morning, Chair, panel members, and representatives of local government. As an architect with considerable expertise in apartment design, I believe that this project not only aligns with the local planning objectives and SPP7, but contributes positively to the local urban fabric of this part of the hillside and the precinct of South Belmont. Oh, that one, sorry.
Can you use that?
Yep. So the design incorporates passive design principles, cross ventilation and energy efficient materials, reducing environmental impact whilst improving long-term livability for residents. It will be certified as a Green Star certified building with significant investment in ESD principles, which will be tested independently. The development respects the local character whilst introducing a contemporary, timeless architectural language that contributes to a vibrant, well-designed urban environment. The building's articulation, materiality, and poetic approach to the landscaping, which has a concept of river before time, and the native woodland, which is on the easement or the area at the back, softens its presence and ensures it fits in harmoniously within the hillside location. The development provides well-designed apartments with generous internal layouts, natural light, and access to communal and private open spaces, improving housing diversity in the area. Maintain amenity and connectivity. Thoughtful setbacks that reflect the hillside topography, landscaping, and design features, mitigate bulk and scale impacts while fostering a sense of place. Additionally, the development promotes walkability with convenient access to public transport and local amenities. It aligns with the planning policy and
local needs. So in terms of the state planning policies and the local planning policies, we believe it's well located, medium density development, accommodates future population growth, and maintains high urban design standards. In conclusion, this development, we believe, represents a high quality, well-considered response to the site's potential, balancing growth with good design principles. Sets positive precedent for responsible and thoughtful urban development, and I respectfully urge the panel to support the application. I am available to answer any questions, particularly the questions that have been raised.
We are about to do exactly that. Thank you, Mark. Panel members, questions of this presenter?
Perhaps as the least qualified person, I'm going first, but I noted in your written comments and your oral comments, you refer to walkability and poetic nature. To me, it seemed that any particular building in that location would have the same walkability because you'd be walking to the ferry. So I'm not sure if there's something additional that comes out of your building that relates to walkability. And whilst I used my eyes and I thought some of the pictures were quite attractive, in particular of the latest version of your building without that horrible thing down the side. And I do like the garden at the front. Is that what is meant by poetic?
Well, yes, a bit of background. We introduced that because, and the concept being timeless, we saw that this block of land 100 years ago would have been part of a wetland. So that idea is actually within the floodplain. And the fact that we did some research internally with the landscape team and understood that the landscape changed once the harbour at Fremantle was built, and they blasted away the caprock and they brought in saline water. So what happened about 120 years ago is that used to be marshes, but bringing in the saline changed the landscape. So it became, just lawn and then river. So what we were attempting to do on the front is recreate that landscape with wetlands, try and provide a habitat which would bring in birds and other natives, so a lot of native selections of the landscape, and position that with artwork in the front and a bridge to talk about that history. That's one of them. The second bit is at the back, the hillside precinct. It does rise steeply, and we have 8 or 9 metres from front to back. That would have been, in our view, a Banksia woodland or something natural to the environment. So our second point was that we would actually create a building which, as you went up the stairs or the lift, you stopped in the lobby, you'd look one way and you'd see a forest, which is the woodland. So we intensified that and not built on it. And in the other direction, Perth water. So that's the concept, the axis which runs through there and has informed the way we design it. So originally, we did a lot of work in terms of the easement and understanding how Water Corp, the ownership of that land and what could be done. The land is actually a serifed plot. So it is actually, both parts are complete, even though the sewer runs through. So there is a right of passage. There is a right of bringing, so the bridge, for example, is supported by Water Corp and legally. We had originally thought, let's put a garage there because we wanted a car park out of the water. And then we were going to put some amenity and a penthouse or another residential building there dug into the ground. We decided that we were going to give a breathing space between us and Darley Heights and just intensively plant that area with just a deck and just a little ramp for disabled, mums with pushchairs, whatever, could go up, have a barbecue or something, and leave the rest as keep the best of the trees at the back, but intensively plant with suitable natives that recreate that timeless character. You guys are right. When we started to look at the basement,
Can I just ask you 1 second, because has your question, because we're moving on to a.
I think so. I think
question
you've
been
discussed
answered?
what poetic means in the architectural
yeah,
aspect of this report from yourself.
walkability, we've engaged Emergent and a traffic engineer as part of our commitment to sustainability and to the Green Star certification, not just meeting it, we're actually certifying it in Sydney. The criterion asks us to provide an environment that looks to the future. So, you know, we've got bikes, we do have car parking, but visitor car parking, and it is focusing, we've done quite an in-depth traffic report to how it connects with the rest of Perth and the other amenities within the area. So there's a lot of depth to the investigations that we've done.
Any other questions?
No.
Questions from you?
Thank you. In terms of assessing the basement and the height that you have within this application, do you know what the above datum height is of what's there at the moment and what you're proposing in terms of meters?
Yeah, I do. The original point of departure was understanding what is a basement. So we understood that 51% is a semi-basement. And then we took that as a kind of sketch level. As we got into the nitty-gritty of it, we realized that it wasn't feasible to achieve that 51% with 49 popping out, because we had to come off the bridge and access the lobby with a disabled ramp. So there's disabled ramp, and there's in terms of the refuse, we want that tucked away, but they have to use the ramp for refuse, and they have very strict criteria on the ramp. So what that effectively has done is set the building just up from the level we thought, just down, and we're now 78% in round. And so I think you see a little bit popping out, but that's just because we've crafted a way to put the pool. So,
okay, so
I think that's about 900 or a metre popping out, but you're down 1.6 or
right. And the absolute height of what's there at the moment versus what you're proposing, what's the difference?
So we haven't increased the height at all. In fact, we've got a section if you really want to look at that detail, but
no, that's okay. I think the sections are in the
78%
package. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for those answers. Second question, and I don't know if you sat through the previous item, but my concern would be around the sustainability strategy and the bar that the design review panel set, which was for design excellence, achieve yes through the 10 principles. And yet the conditions and your proposal talks to 4-star Green Star, albeit certified. What would you need to do to get to a certified 5-star?
So
it sounds to me as though you've gone a long way almost towards that, above and beyond 4. So what extra bit would you need to feasibly do?
Well, the advice we're having is that really traditionally Green Star is a mechanism which is for bigger buildings, it's for commercial buildings, Land Lease in Barangaroo. You know, these are quite state-of-the-art buildings, not traditionally a 5, 6, 7-story building. So the cost of doing that is quite high. And I think there is another level to jump up to, but not a huge amount. It's, for our point of view, the certifier is looking at all sorts of things, views, you know, the context. They think we're actually travelling very, very well for it. The cost is in the certification, not in the 5-star or the 4-star. It's actually in the certification. Look, we've achieved very high levels of design excellence in terms of the fabric. So we've gone to type of glass and performance, thermally broken frames, the sort of glass which is by Cooling Brothers, but very thermally efficient. We've gone, you know, a step above other projects of a similar criterion. In terms of, there's just, you're going to tick more boxes for the 5-star, but from my point of view, you know, what we're doing is already admirable within the framework, and I'm not sure that we're giving that much back to society by going up and up. But that's the personal view.
Okay, thank you. Landscape on structure.
Yeah.
Management, maintenance, ongoing, in perpetuity, that kind of thing. How do you manage that?
I can speak to that. I would also have Andrew Baranovsky, who's
I wasn't here for the last one, so I don't know if he's here.
He's online now.
I'm happy to.
It's just a quick answer.
Yeah. So it's part of the strata and part of the Green Star anyway. That we've got, you know, these are irrigated. They've been designed quite carefully so that they're actually on structure, and we've coordinated with all the hydraulics to get the drainage out. That's actually, even that has been part of a sustainability initiative, because we're draining the water from stormwater onto a swale at the back of the site above Watercorp, which Watercorp are very happy with. That then sits and gives us time in a 100-year storm before then any overflow discharges into our pond. And, you know, obviously, I think it's been thought about.
Okay. All right, but it's part of the overall strata.
It's part of the overall strata.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have any questions. I did, but they were answered through some of the discussion. Thank you very much. Last present on this item, Tom Hockley. Tom, you have your 3 minutes.
Thank you again, panel. I do have a presentation as well. Display that. I'll talk to that, but while that's being organised, I'll just jump into it. Yes, I'm presenting today in support of the proposal and officer recommendation. We were given an opportunity to review the conditions, and we do support all of the conditions. Thank you. So firstly, just touching on the uniqueness of the development site and the opportunities it presents. As Mark mentioned, it's a serifed lot comprising approximately 1/3 of the total site area, divided by a water corporation easement. As you can see, there's a number of high-rise apartments that have been constructed along the elevated embankment to the rear of the site, including Darley Heights at 8 Darley Street to the immediate south. The flat portion of the site to the north of the easement has been identified as a logical parcel for development, albeit within a limited available footprint. A number of development opportunities were identified during the design phase, including obviously the unobstructed views of the Swan River. The low-lying and mostly flat development site allows for a design response which is respectful and reflective of adjacent development in terms of building height, setbacks and scale. As Mark mentioned today, we confirmed that the volume of the basement situated above the natural ground level has been calculated as 22%, which is well below the 50% maximum permitted before it constitutes a story. In relation to, sorry, I'll go back. The orientation and topography of the site in the context of surrounding development to the south limits loss of significant views to the Perth CBD and Swan River past the development. You've heard today from a representative of 8 Darley Street. Darley Heights itself contains a 13-storey apartment constructed on the elevated embankment to the south of the site. Significant views from Darley Heights have been protected from the second floor upward, and as demonstrated in the image here, northerly views from the ground floor and first floor are already partially obscured by the existing mature tree at 99 South Perth Esplanade. And in any case, as acknowledged in the RAR, the proposed side setbacks enable retained view corridors to the river consistent with the objectives of the activity centre plan. The landscaping and architectural design have been commended by the City's Design Review Panel, which supported the project with limited intervention, achieving design excellence. And this included 9 out of 10 green scores, with the built form and scale achieved prior to the RAR finalisation, which related to the adjustment of the front planters on the at the front of the building.
Running close to time, Tom.
Thank you. And given the scale of this project, the current Green Star strategy achieves a high level of sustainability, as Mark mentioned. And yeah, look, finally, just in closing, again, I want to thank the officers for working closely with us during the pre-lodgement phase and throughout the assessment process. And we'll seek your support in supporting it as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cridland, do you have any questions on this presentation?
No, thank you.
I also have none, thank you. They have been covered off. We will therefore move to, we still have the City of South Perth officers with us. I believe they've had to shift rooms, but can you hear us okay?
Yes, yeah, I can hear you fine.
Great. Councillor Cridland, do you have any questions of the City officers?
No, I don't.
I have one question, please. It was around the advertising and communication to the community who may wish to make submissions on this particular application. I don't know if you were able to hear the presentation earlier, but there's been some question over adequate time allowance and conflicting timeframes with Christmas and postal delays and so on and so forth. Could I please have your comment on how the city went about advertising this development, please?
So we advertised for a period of 14 days. The letters were issued on 6th of December and the advertising period was from the 9th of December till 23rd of December. So we always leave a bit of a buffer from when we actually send the letters out to when the advertising starts. Some of the feedback that we received obviously was that, people didn't receive those letters until beyond 9th of December, which is a difficulty that we sometimes have in South Perth. We did advise them that whilst we won't formally extend the consultation period, we were happy to accept late submissions. So we accept the last submission that we received was on 8th of January, and we accepted that and included that in our considerations.
Thank you. And that's included in the package of submission information that we've received.
That's correct.
Thank you. And
sorry.
And prior to this particular application, is it your assessment that this proposal is broadly generally in line with the activity centre and scheme, etc., which I think went through quite considerable preparation and advertising?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a couple of questions as well. One of the previous presenters already responded to a similar question, but there is some contention about the number of stories or the height of the building, and I'm assuming that's given the definition of basement. Can you confirm how you've assessed the height of the building, please?
Yeah, so in terms of assessment of height, it's just a consideration of stories. There's no metre requirement in this location. So in considering what's a story, there is a definition which will cover what is included. Basements are excluded. And then the definition of basement states that the volume needs to be at least 50% under the ground level. So what we would look at when we assess that is the spot levels of the site and the natural ground levels of pre-development state, and obviously versus what's proposed. So the site section that's included in the plan set does quite accurately show that, and it does reflect our view that it's well and truly more than 50% below ground as a whole.
Okay. And then just a couple of things, and these are just tidy ups about some of your advice notes. Advice note 3 captures 2 separate advice notes actually, and I think it's probably just a typo. Are you comfortable for us to just renumber that by giving the second note its own number and then renumbering the rest?
Yeah, no issue with that.
And I just wanted to check, you've got advice note 4, but when I read that, it reads more of a condition. Are you comfortable to keep it as an advice note, or should that be a condition?
Our standard practice is that we deal with that as an advice note, as the crossings are dealt with under separate legislation.
Thank you for that. All right, if there are no other questions of the local government officers, I would then like to move to the report, please, in front of you in the agenda. Can I seek a mover and seconder for the recommendation in the responsible authority report for you? Anyone wish to move? Thank you, Member Hyde. Anyone wish to second? You wish to second, Councillor? Okay. As mover, would you like to speak?
Thank you, presiding member. I think you know, in the context of the area and the rest of the peninsula, it's actually quite a modest proposal. It has been very thoroughly assessed, both from a planning framework point of view and from the design review point of view, which the design review panel is advisory. It's set up with a panel of external experts. They have determined that this achieves design excellence. I think we heard over 9 of the 10 principles that they have considered this against, and in the context of the tier 1. I'll come back to the 10th of the 10. This is a very prominent site, but I'm comfortable that the applicant has developed a very clear design rationale. Appreciated what we were told just now around creating that transition between the past, the present and the future. They've certainly followed through, I think, with a lot of that design detail to represent that rationale very clearly. The 5-storey height generally aligns with the framework. I note that there are proposed greater side setbacks and particularly above ground floor than the current development, and that in doing so, both in terms of height and setbacks, there's the opportunity to maintain those view corridors to the river, the foreshore, and the CBD beyond. I note that the setbacks are varied at the front, but that aligns with the existing street setbacks. And I note the undertaking for a community contribution through cash, which is enabled through the scheme. Steps have been taken to minimise overshadowing and to provide adequate privacy. And there are conditions of approval whereby those things continue to be part of the design development, moving forward to the satisfaction of the city. The development creates significant landscape, which I think is one of the key things that works towards that design excellence. Obviously, in an area of change, view corridors and what people might regard to be significant views, it can be challenging. But certainly it's evident that views are maintained, albeit that they are changed. I believe we have discretion for the variations that are sought, and therefore in the sense that we've achieved an integrated streetscape and a functional outdoor living area for future occupants, with light penetration and not unduly impacting neighbours, I'm comfortable to support the development. However, I would propose, presiding member, an amending motion, which would be to conditions 11 and 12 to replace the reference to, I'm in your advice, to replace the reference to 4-star Green Star with 5-star Green Star.
Thank you. Do I have a second to that amending motion?
I'm sorry, I'm just looking, I was looking in the wrong page.
You're in the advice notes I've heard
Oh,
just now.
yes,
yeah,
so could you say that again?
Yes, certainly. Condition 11 and 12 under subheading sustainability. References 4-star Green Star, and I propose to replace 4 with 5 in both 11 and 12.
Happy to second that, otherwise
Yes.
I seconded then by councillor. Do you wish to speak to that?
I think, as I said with the previous item, but obviously for councillor Cridland's benefit, my view is that the design review panel set very clear criteria for achieving design excellence across the 10 principles of SPP7, and were somewhat concerned that this wasn't necessarily achieving 5-star Green Star, which is regarded by industry standards as design excellence. I think it's important to maintain those credentials when awarding design excellence, and albeit that I've heard from the applicant that that level of accreditation tends to be for larger developments. I am aware of smaller developments that have achieved this, and I'm comforted by the fact that the architect has described the steps that they've made, which is over and above technically 4 stars. So I don't believe it's unreasonable or placing a huge imposition to take that next step. But what it does do is maintain the principles of design excellence.
Thank you. Councillor Cridland, as seconder, would you like to speak to that amendment?
In respect of the amendment, no,
Yes.
I don't wish to speak.
Great. I support the amendment as well for the reasons provided by Member Hyde. I think it's important that if we're going to rely on design excellence for so-called bonuses, that we are really very comfortable that that has been achieved. So very happy to support. I'd like to therefore put that amendment to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Back to you, as Mover. Anything further to add?
Nothing more, thank you.
Councillor Cridland, the seconder of the primary motion, anything you wish to add?
Yes, please. Thank you, presiding member. Don't have a lot to add. I'm not a person who has qualifications or experience in design or architecture or town planning or building. I'm merely a councillor and a long-term resident of South Perth, and someone who's been involved in various changes to our planning schemes and consultation in respect of the way we see our city moving, or at least most of us. And clearly we'll have more people living in our city, and this is, as the deputy presiding member said, a modest development, because many of the developments we've seen before the DAP have seen significantly greater amounts of residences going to the same lot. This is not one such case. However, it is certainly a renewal of the housing stock that is on that location, and it is, in my view, a significant improvement for the amenity of the area, simply to look at it. And now I understand what poetic means. It describes what I saw in the pictures of having the attractive rushes and water and rocks and so on as the entryway to the river. I thought that's quite nice. And I think that is a definite improvement to the the brick pavers out the front of the building at the moment. It certainly is unfortunate that there will be some reduction in views, for sure, of the people who live in Darley Heights behind. I acknowledge that, and I commiserate with them. I don't feel that it is a reason that I could have used to not approve this particular building, though I think to some extent there will be reductions of views of people who've held views for a significant amount of time in many areas of the peninsula as new developments go in. I tend to read my reports from the beginning and then finish at the end. And what I noticed as I read through this report was that the proposed development got better. Certainly when I looked at pictures with my untrained, inexperienced, unqualified mind, I wasn't really so happy with it, and I thought there was a particularly good submission made by Taylor Barnett, and then the DRP looked at it again, and certainly the plans that have come through and we're looking at now are much better than the ones that Taylor Burnett commented on. For example, I've ever seen screening like that along the side, and I think the increase in some of the setbacks and so on just make it better for the neighbours, albeit not everyone's going to be happy. I'm sorry. But overall, I think it's a good development, and the area will be better for it as a whole. So I will be voting to approve this development. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Look, I too think that the design is of a very high quality and appeal, and it is representative of the site's prime location. I also think it's generally consistent with the local planning framework and the existing and desired future development of the area. Been before the city's design review panel on 3 different occasions, and note that the panel provides support for the design and confirmation that it felt it meets the threshold for design excellence. And I'm particularly buoyed by the fact that we've amended that to absolutely remove any doubt in that regard. I'm pretty comfortable in asking the questions about how the height of the building was assessed by the city officers. It aligns with my own understanding about the definitions of height and basement and how that has been assessed. So I'm satisfied that it has been assessed properly, and it's consistent with the interpretation of height and stories in many other local government areas. I'm of the view that a lot of design thinking and work has been done to specifically try and minimise impact on the neighbours to the rear, rather.
Can we leave, because I've got a baby I've got to go
Sure.
pick up.
Thank you.
Obviously, we're wasting our
Have you
time
left?
anyway.
Something, rather than simply trying to max out the development potential of the site. I do acknowledge there'll be some impact on adjoining residents, but a few, particularly on the views they currently have, and I understand why they wouldn't want these altered, but I'm satisfied that the issue and tests for views of significance have been thoroughly dealt with by the city in their report, so I too will support. Would the mover like to close?
I wish to do your advice note 3.
I will, thank you again. Yes, just as a minor tidy up before we go back to the mover, I'm going to move a minor amendment just to separate advice note 3 into separate advice notes by giving the second note its own number and renumbering the rest. And it's simply to rectify a typo in the report. Happy to second that. Do you wish to speak? No. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Handing back to you as mover.
Thank you, presiding member. I don't think there's much more to say. I think we are all of a very similar mind, and appreciate the amount of work that has gone into this proposal and consideration of impact on neighbours and solid attempts to mitigate those and to come quality, excellent design package. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I will put the primary motion in the report to a vote by a show of hands. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Just closing out the agenda, item 4, Form 2 DAP applications. There are none for South Perth. Item 5, Section 31 SAT recons, 0 for South Perth. Part D, other business, 1 SAT applications and Supreme Court appeals. These are all listed on the MIDAP website should anybody be interested in them. And I therefore at time of 1:50 p.m. a very lengthy marathon meeting to close, and thank everyone for their attendance and their patience. Thank you very much.